that after our last.
I'm going to call the meeting to order. Clerk Boudreaux, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon,
Present.
Mayor Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Sweet,
Present.
Councilmember Tucson,
Present.
Councilmember Simmons is absent. Councilmember McLean is also absent. Councilmember King,
Present.
have a quorum.
All right. Please rise as you're able for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. It's a full house. It's been a while. Hello. Thank you for being here. Council, I'll entertain a motion for agenda approval.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any updates or changes?
Yes.
King. Oh, sorry. I saw Councilmember King first.
Yes, I was wondering if we can move letter. Oh, E,
Remove letter E.
correct.
Okay. Thing
From the consent or in general?
from the agenda.
Yeah.
Oh. Can we discuss that?
Sure. Councilmember King, I'll give you the floor if you want to. Letter E on the
The resolution.
the resolution.
The resolution.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Do you have questions?
No.
No. Okay. All right. All right. Anything else, Councilmember King?
That's all.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you had something?
Yeah, I'd like to take resolution for Chuck Boltman out of the consent agenda and put it in the resolutions.
Would you like that to be letter G?
If we could, yeah, if we could put it where letter E was.
All right, perfect. So D will be E. You have that, Councilmember Tucson, since you have that?
Yes.
It'll come after the Frog Island resolution.
Gotcha.
All right, thank you. All right, any other updates, changes to the agenda?
No.
All right, seeing none, all in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you so much. This is our first opportunity for public comment. So individuals in the audience who would like to address council will have 3 minutes. We ask that I will start with those who are signed up on the list that's usually sitting at the door. And then I will move to those sitting in the audience who may not have signed up, and then on to Zoom. As you approach the podium, if you could please state your name and address if you feel so comfortable, but at least what ward you live in or if you're a resident of the city. Thank you. And we will move forward in that way. We ask that you adhere to the 3 minutes as we have a large audience this evening, but also that you address us respectfully, and we'll do the same. Thank you. And so the first being, oh, these are 2 rows. Okay. AJ Furha. I hope I said that correctly. Okay. Good evening.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, esteemed members of the council and fellow citizens of Ypsilanti. My name is AJ Furhat, and I am the owner of Nationwide Towing. I stand before you today to present the qualifications of my company for the City of Ypsilanti towing contract and to address significant concerns regarding the fairness and transparency of the current process. Firstly, allow me to outline why Nationwide Towing is exceptionally qualified to serve our community. We have a long-standing commitment to providing prompt, reliable, and professional towing services. Our fleet is equipped with state-of-the-art tow trucks capable of handling any situation efficiently and safely, including the big million-dollar rotator wrecker truck. We use the best technology in the industry with cameras inside and outside all of our trucks, providing transparency and accountability. Our 24/7 in-house dispatch center has access to all our vehicles, enabling us to provide live updates and ensure the fastest possible response times. Moreover, our transparent pricing and fair business practices have earned us the trust and loyalty of many residents and businesses in Ypsilanti. These qualities align perfectly with the city's standards and expectations for its towing contractor. I must express my deep concern regarding the handling of the current towing contract. The city administration did not put the towing contract out for bid, despite it being expired and having exhausted all possible extensions. Instead, the city administration requested the city council to extend the existing contract. This action bypassed a fair and competitive bidding process, depriving qualified companies like mine of the opportunity to compete. Furthermore, it's important to note that the city council may have been misled with the incorrect information regarding our capabilities and location. We possess the necessary equipment and are ideally situated to serve Ypsilanti efficiently and effectively. Additionally, there is no community engagement in this process. Typically, a municipality or government agency will reach out to other towing providers and invite them to bid. I personally reached out to the city administration on multiple occasions, but never received a response at any given point. Till today, I still haven't received a response. This lack of communication and transparency further undermines the integrity of the process. In conclusion, Nationwide Towing is more than capable and ready to meet the towing needs of our city with professionalism and efficiency. We respectfully request the city council reconsider this decision to extend the current contract with a competitive bidding process. This will uphold the high standards of service that our residents deserve and reinforce the integrity of our city's procurement practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Jason Jones. Good evening. If you could please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Jason Jones. I am a developer with Texon Development. It's my honor and pleasure to be here. And I'd like to speak on behalf and express my strong support for the project that J29 is proposed. Their impressive track record in affordable housing and equitable real estate development makes them a perfect partner for this endeavor. J29's commitment to community engagement aligns perfectly with IPSI's vision. Their vision brings a thoughtful approach that prioritizes the need of an entire community and not just the voice of a vocal minority. Furthermore, their focus on attainable housing across all income levels and across the entire community of Southeastern Michigan ensures a project that benefits not just residents, but the entire Ypsilanti community. Given their proven ability to deliver high-quality projects on time and within budget, I am confident that their involvement will ensure the success of this important development. It's also very important to note that it's very, very rare for developments of this size and stature to be sponsored by teams that are reflective of the community in which they are located. J29 is as unique as their proposed development. I urge you to give their proposal your full consideration and hopefully support. Again, my name is Jason Jones. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jen Heinberg, did I say it correctly? Okay. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jen, and I am actually one of your neighbors in Superior Township. I'm in 48198 on Meadhurst Drive, although I do spend quite a bit of my time and money in Ypsilanti. And I am here today to speak in support of Fed Up Ministries and their proposal for the $50,000 to be awarded to them to continue their operations. It is not a surprise to any of us here that we are going through as a society a lot of crises, right? Like we have unaffordable housing, we have mental health issues, we have addiction on the rise, we've got anxiety and depression and all of these different things conspiring against our fellow neighbors. And a lot of people in like the Ipsy free stuff and the Ypsilanti area discussion Facebook pages, if you see them, you'll see everyone always talking about how they need more, right? Does anyone know where we can get access to food? Does anyone know how I can get help with a bill? Everyone needs help. And I know a lot of our local business owners have a lot to say about some of the folks that hang out downtown and as well as some of the work that Fed Up is doing. But Fed Up is feeding people and showering people and giving them a place to go to the bathroom and providing the basic necessities that we all need. And they're doing an amazing job. And what I haven't seen are any business owners coming in with solutions. Like they're going to hire any of the people that are hanging out overnight to keep their doors open 24/7 and allow bathroom access or anything like that. And I'm glad they're not, because they're probably ill-equipped, because this is big, hard, important work, because the words we like to throw around like mental illness and addiction and houselessness, that might happen there. Like addiction might happen and mental illness might happen there. And frankly, not all of us have the range. We're not equipped to handle this. But Fed Up, I have been in trainings with them where they went through de-escalation and constant, conflict resolution. They're doing the work and they are here. There are gaps everywhere and they are trying to fill them. And 50K is like couch money for the government. Like millions of dollars are flowing through this state for all sorts of things. The MEDC, you can make it in Michigan, the Michigander Scholars for all the different colleges. Millions of dollars are going into supply chain initiatives and, EV and high tech initiatives. 50K to a group of people who are doing the work and feeding people nutritious meals and allowing them to go to the bathroom. These are our neighbors and they deserve the money. So that is what I am here to stand in support of. And I appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Thank you. George Clark. Good evening.
Evening, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm here just to talk about Fed Up as well.
Can you state
I'm
your name for the
actually
record,
going.
please?
Pardon?
State your name for the record.
My name is George Clark. Right now. I'm currently going through a crisis right now of homelessness, but I was just currently employed by Fed Up, and it's actually helping my life a lot right now. So I just wanted to keep it short and sweet and say that I really think you guys should fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
Derek Lindsay. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Derek Lindsay. I'm a resident of Ypsilanti of 25 years. I'm also associate pastor at Labor of Love Church. And I want to throw my support behind Derek Scott, as well as the J297 project. You guys know what's been happening in economics with housing, and it's not often where you have housing that is a project that is going forward to people who need help, who need to have affordable housing. Most housing projects are for people who are well off economically, and we need help. People need help, and I'm just throwing my support behind Derek Scott, and I hope you guys support the building, support the project. Derek Scott, I've known him ever since he was in college. He has a heart of compassion for all people. And we need that in Ypsilanti. We need that in the United States. I don't have to go through everything that we've seen where people have thrown hate out. Please support this project. I'm asking you. God bless you.
Thank you. Andrew Moore. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Moore. I am a longtime former resident of Ypsilanti, grew up here in Ypsilanti, Michigan, graduated from Willow Run High School when that still existed, and just wanted to speak on behalf of Derek Scott. Derek Scott, I've known him since he was in college at University of Michigan, a Gates Scholar, one of the smartest people I know. Very well accomplished. He's from Chicago, but he's now in our local area doing great work. And that speaks to his character as well. He could have moved back to Chicago or moved back out of state, but he chose to stay here after attending University of Michigan. And not only that, I know him to be just a great man of integrity. What he says, he means. And so when he says he wants to invest in Ypsilanti and invest in the people of Ypsilanti, he means that with all of his heart. Everything he does it with 100%. He gets quality people around him and he does the work and he does it well. So I just want to speak on his behalf. I'm also a pastor in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And so I can speak to his character. I'm not his pastor, but I can speak to his character, to his integrity as a fellow clergyman as well. So he speaks and he means what he speaks. And so I would just encourage you as a city council to consider his proposal for the 124 Pearl Street. That is going to be an asset, a benefit to the city of Ypsilanti. And it's going to be something that's going to be great that the community can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Sigrid Melvin. Good evening. Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, well, yes, okay, I'm Sigrid Melvin, I just live blocks down the street. This afternoon I went to the farmer's market to pick up my fruit and vegetables. When I came around the corner, there's a guy on the ground putting plastic on top of the mulch. So I asked him, "What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, I gotta put more mulch on it." More mulch? This is a farmer's market. You already have 2 layers of mulch on there. So who came up with that idea to put more mulch down? We're farmer's market. Yeah, besides the mulch, when it rains, it goes into the gutter. Then it goes into the sewer system. Then it goes into your basement and floods the basement. Plus all that mulch is chemical. So it gets into our drinking water, which really doesn't help the situation. Okay, I like to see it removed because it's a farmer's market. And the second one is when MDOT did the sidewalk, well, they took our nice bricks out. Last year, when it's flag saying 200 years centennial, so they took our bricks out. They had a huge truck picking them up. And we ended up with cement. I like to see MDOT bring in the bricks back, because it's much easier if I have a hole in the ground to the brick out, repair it, put the brick back in, instead of paying $5,000-10,000 to put the cement in. Yeah, we got to stay to tradition. Okay, amen. God bless all of us.
Thank you. Thank you. Eric Reed. Dr. Reed. Good evening.
Good afternoon, Eric Reed. It's a pleasure to see you all this evening. I am a community member, a lifelong community member. I say that because I was a former resident in the area. I no longer live in the area, but my heart is always going to be in Ypsilanti, whether it's going to be youth development, education. Many of you might know me from education. But you know, my heart is always here. So I am here in support of the J29 project. Some of you all, you know me for education, but you know, real estate is also something that I'm really passionate about, and seeing development like this opportunity in Ypsilanti is going to be huge for our residents. You know, I really want to say kudos to the council and to all the community for projects like the Dorsey project, Huron Vista, Avalon Housing has projects, and then just about a month ago there was a special on Channel 4 about the housing crisis. So I think we're going in the right direction, but this is going to be very huge for the city. I've been in the real estate industry, you know, for over 10 years, and recently I got into commercial real estate, and one of the best people I know that can handle this type of project is Derek Scott. He has integrity, number one. He has values of access and equity. You have diversity and pride and heritage on the wall. He has those values. I've talked about this project with him several times, but he also has the experience. And Detroit is always in the news, but he is part of that movement that we now see today. East Jefferson, Michigan Central just had their grand opening just about a month ago. He was at the beginning stages of that too as well. You know, education, faith-based. With this project that's coming on Pearl Street, it's not only going to be about affordability and quality. Quality is important as well as affordability, but it's going to also prevent displacement as well. That's one of the first concerns that we always think about. He also is looking out for the businesses, the small businesses, with the retail spaces that's in both of the Pearl Street projects. These are going to be opportunities from our conversations for not just existing business that's been here for decades, but new business that might have a food truck or that we all go to, or a pop-up shop. So he's really passionate about the community, and I'm full support of the J29 project. Thank you.
Thank you. Walter Walker. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Walter Walker, and unfortunately, I live on Grove Road in the township, but I do own property in the city of Ypsilanti. I own property at, where is it? 818 Jefferson. I'm having problems with my neighbors. My neighbors are telling me that since I don't live in their neighborhood, that I cannot attend. I was told by this woman on, I'm not going to give her address, but on Madison, that I was blocking her driveway. I'm in the street. She came out of her house and confronted me through my car window, screaming and hollering at me. I didn't know what was happening. I grew up in that area. I'm reminiscing. She tells me I can't reminisce. I'm blocking her driveway. Get off her street. This is her house, hers. Okay, that's one incident. The second one is up next to my lot on Jefferson. And there's a woman who comes down the street and throws picnics on my lot without my permission. Okay? Now I call the police. This woman called the police on me. That's why I'm complaining, because I need to know who I need to talk to. And this list you have, I need to talk to the police department, and I need to talk to whoever talks to the neighbors about cussing out your other neighbor for being in the street. Trying not to get upset here, but I've been upset since the incident. I felt just like Emmett Till. Okay? This woman walked up to me, made accusations against me, and the police would not listen to my side of the story. The responding officer told me, and I said, no, sir, I have a right to respond to the complaint. What is the complaint against me? He told me, no, you ain't got nothing to say to me. Get out the area. Tried to explain to him the same thing. I got again, get out the area. You don't belong here. That's why I'm here tonight. Police department and the neighbors. I don't want to get indignant, and I don't want to get upset again, because I haven't slept since this. Like I said, I felt just like Emmett Till. What are they gonna do to me next? I'm 70 years old. I've been an assistant coach at Ypsilanti High School for 15 years. Didn't get paid a year for that. Put all that money back into the program. I'm a lifelong resident of this area, and I'm out of time. But I need to talk to someone.
Thank you. Have you reached out to the police department? Did you reach out to the police department? Okay, okay. Thank you. Chief Moore, can you make contact with Mr. Walker? Okay. Amanda Newman? Oh, she left? Okay. Angela Green? Emily Hopner? Good evening.
Hello, my name is Emily Hepner. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I'm here to talk to you all about two things. First of all, I urge you all to pass the resolution to give Fed Up Ministries the $50,000 of funding that they've requested. They do the essential work of feeding people who otherwise may not eat, which we need much more of and would have substantially less of if it weren't for them. I'm also here to talk about the Ypsi Ballot Initiative Group, or Ypsi Big, and the items that we are trying to get on the ballot to be passed in the fall. We've sent every member council an email detailing our initiatives and asking for your support of these things. And we ask that you respond and fill out our form by our press release this Friday, where we will name which council people support or don't support these measures. To just review, the measures include one, a tenants' rights initiative, which would specifically be banning all rental application fees. It would create a tenant's right of first refusal, which would mean that if a landlord was selling their home, the tenants would get the first offer at purchasing the home. And the Tenants' Rights Initiative would also create a publicly accessible rental property registry. The second initiative would be public control over the police budget, which would mean that the police budget could not be raised without a popular vote. And the third initiative would be changing the city charter to make local elections nonpartisan, which would give more candidates a real chance at winning, and it would eliminate the need for a local primary, which would give a larger percentage of voters in Ypsi a real chance at voting, as only 10 to 15% of voters show up to the primaries currently and ultimately decide who is in our city council and our mayor position. It would be very meaningful to us and to your constituents if you looked further into the information we've sent on these ballot initiatives and let us know about your support for them by Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Colton Ray. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Colton Ray. I've been a Ward 3 resident since August of 2020. I'm here to speak on a few things. I would first like to thank council for supporting the fair access to housing or fair access to housing ordinance for returned citizens. That ordinance change will give them the opportunity to be better opportunity to meet their basic need of shelter. I also support the following: the 50,000 proposed allocation to Fed Up Ministries for the tireless work that they've been doing in our community. Reallocating funding away from staffing vacancies in the city's police department to create the pilot for the unarmed non-police crisis team, and the decriminalization of drug checking efforts that are statistically likely to decrease overdose deaths in our community. Lastly, I strongly encourage all of council to support the 3 proposed ballot initiatives that the Ypsi Ballot Initiative Group, Ypsi Big, is proposing or circulating. The first initiative deals with the tenant rights, tenant right issues such as banning application fees, rental application fees, the right of first offer and refusal for current tenants to be able to potentially purchase the property that they have been living in, and also the online rental registry as well. We believe that these would greatly increase like housing security for tenants who live in the city. Also, the initiative for the nonpartisan elections so that residents have greater opportunity to voice their and actually vote in the general rather than the primary election deciding the result of the council election. And lastly, the proposal around the police budget. Both the nonpartisan one and the police budget one would increase local democracy, giving residents more power over the day-to-day functions in the city. And yeah, thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer Hagland. Am I saying that correctly? Oh, good evening.
How are you? Hello, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jennifer Hagland, and I'm a resident and business owner in Ypsilanti. I'm just across the street. I'm here to show support for funding to Rise Up Ministries. Providing nutrient-dense, true, nourishing food is a cornerstone of my business here in Ypsi. But we all know that high quality, nourishing food comes at a higher cost, and it's out of reach to many of our community members, unfortunately. Fed Up Ministries is the bridge that we need here in our city. And they are the ones on the ground tangibly doing the work of feeding our community members in need. Their work is vast and complex, and the scope of their mission is truly awe-inspiring. And I got to go off script here because it's incredible what they're undertaking, just not only feeding people, but going to different regions, giving showers, bathrooms, support, mental support. You know, she reached out to me as a business owner and said, if I ever have some issue that's not worthy of the police that I need help with, to absolutely call them at any hour of the day. It was really, really nice to hear. And I don't know of anyone else that I can call that would do that. So yeah, if we're being honest, such work, such complex work takes a lot of funding. And as far as food is concerned, I can speak from personal experience that real, true, good food is really highly perishable. And so you need a lot of infrastructure for that type of project, which means you need a lot of money for that type of project to build out what you need to keep that food good for the people that you want to get it to. So I do believe this funding is going to go a long way in making sure that FedUp can do the really hard work of supplying our community members in need with nourishing food, as well as supporting their staff and valuing their staff in the tireless work that not many people are willing to take on. Everyone deserves to eat, and everyone deserves to be nourished by the food that they eat. We can all agree to that. So if we believe this, then we can agree that this funding to FedUp is a must for our community members, for everybody in Ypsilanti. Everyone will benefit from this.
Thank you. Jim Clark? Jim Clark? Oh, okay. No problem. Good evening.
I start this one.
Yeah. Good evening.
I figured out why I'm in such a good mood. I mean, I was going to come in storming Norman because of the whole Supreme Court decision to make. They said that punishing people for sleeping outside because they have nowhere to go is okay. It's not cruel or unusual. So we'll get to that in a moment. I did write something about it. So my name's Jim Clark. I live at 116 College Place. I'm here to speak up for FedUp. Speak up for FedUp. I like to speak in riddles. Christmas is Christmas is 179 days away. This means what? Yes, Santa Claus is watching. As a matter of fact, do you think Santa Claus would support FedUp? I do. I have a question. Would you rather get a present or a bag of coal? I have a feeling that that will be determined by how you vote on this issue. Yeah. But I mean, just remember it's modern times. So instead of a lump of coal, you could get a bag of yeah, thanks. Speaking of Christmas, whose birthday is it on Christmas? That's right, Jesus. Yay, Jesus. Yay, Jesus. Do you think Jesus would support FedUp? Well, he should, otherwise he's a big fat hypocrite. I mean, come on, he told us to do it. Matthew, was it 25:40? How am I doing on time? Should I? The king will reply, truly, I will tell you, whatever you did for one of these least of my brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me, right? And he goes on to explain what that means. For I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. Well, that's what FedUp does. Well, that's exactly what FedUp does, right? I mean, that's exactly what FedUp does. So what does that mean? Well, what does it mean? It says 50K. I mean, come on, how much is that really? You know, I mean, I'm sure it would make Jesus smile. Give him an early Christmas present. It's only 179 shopping days until Christmas. All right, fine. Matthew 21:22. Let's get serious. All right. This is the one where he goes nuts in the temple. Remember that? Jesus went straight to the temple and threw out everyone who had set up shop, buying and selling. He kicked over tables of shark loans and the stalls of dove merchants. Those damn dove merchants. He quoted this text. He said, my house is designated as a house of prayer, and you've made it a hangout for thieves. He was talking about capitalists. Now there was room for the blind and the crippled to get in, and they came to Jesus and healed them. I mean, I was emotionally crippled for a while and I found Fed Up and they fucking healed me. I mean, oh shit, really?
Thank you. Yeah, your time is.
Next time.
Thank you so much. Don't forget your water bottle. Mr. Clark, your water bottle. All right. Bria Triplet. All right. Good evening. Hello.
Fix the mic. Good evening. I'm up here on behalf of me and my wife. My name is Sean Triplett. So my name is Sean Triplett. I'm here to support the J29, also known as the 124 Plaza Peace Place. I'm a local photographer, born and raised in Ypsilanti, and I really like what Mr. Sky has going on. I think that being able to bring affordable housing to the city of Ypsilanti is very important. Knowing that we're going through an economy crisis right now, I've seen a lot of things change in this city since I was born and raised here. Also being a photographer, I know that he has a place for business owners like me to come in and be able to support my own business at a low funded rate. I've been looking for photography studios for the past 5 years, and I haven't reached out to Mr. Scott yet, but I do plan on, and I do believe he can help what I have going on. I also, with that being said, I really think you guys should support Mr. Scott and what he has going on, knowing that he's coming from a different state, coming into Ypsilanti, Michigan, and want to make a change and speak a lot on his behalf. Yeah. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Francis Totoro. Did I say that correctly? Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Frances Todora Hargreaves from the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation. And tonight I'm here to read a letter from our CEO, Dr. Shannon Polk. Dr. Polk cannot be here tonight. She apologizes. She is actually out on leave. Dear Mayor and City Council, over the last several years, the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation has developed our impact investing program for the purpose of distributing capital in the community to create positive impact in ways that grants are not able to achieve. Our impact investing program has a focus of creating affordable and attainable housing for those that traditionally have not had access to housing in our area. We also have a focus of assisting developers and entrepreneurs of color to access capital that they have not traditionally had access to. When Derek Scott of J297 came to us with the Peace Plaza project, we could immediately see it fit within our program goals. In addition to affordable, attainable housing, the project would bring 80+ residents to downtown Ypsilanti. After working on our Thrive Ypsilanti initiative with the downtown businesses, we quickly were able to understand the positive economic impact Peace Plaza could have on downtown. We have found that Mr. Scott's experience in other communities would be a benefit to Ypsilanti. Mr. Scott lives in Ypsilanti and has vested interest in its overall success, not just locally, but countywide. All of us at the foundation believe that Peace Plaza will be a positive addition to downtown Ypsilanti and bring positive change to the community's economy. Thank you for your time and giving us the opportunity to share our support for Peace Plaza. Best regards, Dr. Shannon Polk. Thank you.
Aaron Von Bargen. I don't know if I said that correctly.
You're good. Yeah, it's Aaron Von Bargen. I live in the city of Ypsilanti. And like most of the folks who spoke before me, I'm also here to speak on behalf of Fed Up and to advocate for y'all to vote to pass the $50,000 that they're asking for. I mean, I just want to express, like, look at the turnout here today. I was wondering, could folks who came out and are able to just stand up to show like how much community support there is for this? And this is just a fraction of the support that this community has for this really incredible blossoming institution in our downtown. And in order to keep it going. Y'all can sit down if you don't have to keep saying it. It's yeah, it's just like so important that they continue to get funding. And I would really encourage you for like not to let the voices of a few like angry business owners here and there, and there's many supportive business owners of this as well, like to not let a few voices dissuade you. This is really important and really necessary for our community.
Thank you. Logan Hughes. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Logan Hughes. I live in Ward 3. I'm here to speak in support of the 50K that should be going to Fed Up. They do a lot of the work that fills a lot of the gaps in, you know, the work that needs to be done. That is the people who need help. They feed people. They already have the system set up to do it, and they're building community. So you giving him the money continues to help them, and it makes Ypsilanti a better place. So it makes a lot of sense to do it. They are giving people basic services. They're making Ypsilanti a better place. And yeah, it's great. It's a great place to meet friends. It's a great place to make friends, and talk to people. And of course, you can get food, and it's good food. It's really oh yeah, it's free, so it's really cool. Yeah, I don't see a reason not to support this. So please do. Thank you.
Thank you. KJ Pedri. I hope I'm not messing people's names up. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is KJ Pedri. No worries. I'm a neighbor from Superior Township, but my work with Homelessness Solidarity Network brings me to Ypsilanti frequently, as does being a neighbor. I'm here to support Fed Up's ask for their $50,000 in funding, which has been repeatedly tabled. This funding is vital to their continued operations Monday through Thursday in downtown Ypsilanti. I recognize that the history of the space that they're currently occupying has been challenging for the city in the past couple years. Eliminating programming in that space is not going to lessen the challenges associated. Having programming in that space helps to keep eyes on, helps to keep people engaged, and Fed Up has been working with the rest of the community to try to create a safe Washington Street and a healthy community. Building community, as Logan brought up, is a key to their work, and it will be key to creating a safer Ypsilanti downtown. If we do not invest in Fed Up, we are going to be sending a message to some of our most marginalized residents that their needs don't matter, that $50,000, which to them is an intense amount of money and to a city is a bit of a drop in the bucket, that those needs going unmet will not create civic pride. They will not create civic participation. They will not create buy-in with your plans, your agendas, your needs. We have to meet everyone's needs. If you want a safer downtown, if you want a cleaner downtown, if you want people to be on their best behavior downtown, they probably shouldn't be hungry. They probably shouldn't be wondering where they're going to get their next meal. They probably shouldn't be living in fear and anxiety, in alienation and in loneliness. They should know that there is somewhere that they can go where they will be looked at in the eye, where their needs will be met, and where people will care and try to connect them with what comes next. Recovery from homelessness is a long process. It doesn't begin with housing. It begins with community. It begins with building relationships and creating safety so that when someone moves into housing and has a need, they don't die alone in a Section 8 apartment. This is essential to any development-related future housing plans. People have to be stabilized while we are moving them into housing. And that starts with being fed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. David Mallory, David B. M. I'm so sorry, I cannot read the second part. Dave. Okay. While we're waiting, that was the last person I had signed up, so I can start with hands in the audience, and then we'll come back to this person if they come back in. So is there anyone in the audience who is not signed up who would like to address council? Steve?
Like I said, there's two hands.
I know, like, they came up at the exact same time. Steve, here. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Steve Pierce, and I proudly live at 118 South Washington. And I have been a resident of Ypsilanti since 1999. And my businesses are located here as well. I am here, as I said before, in offering support for Fed Up. There are lots of businesses that support what they're doing and the positive change that has happened on South Washington in the past year. And so they have been welcomed into the neighborhood, and we welcome what they're doing. But the main reason I wanted to come to speak tonight was on the PUD that's before you as a second vote. We heard a lot of tall tales and stories that were told during the presentation last time. And I can't speak to the character as the pastors and the good friends of Mr. Scott. I can speak to what is before you and what is in your packets and what's been presented at council and at Planning Commission as well as HDC. And what is being said here at the microphone does not match what's in your packet. When they talk about affordable housing, as you recall in the last meeting, Mr. Scott wouldn't tell you exactly what affordable housing is. He would just say it's a 50 to 80% AMI, but you can make the calculation, and that's an efficiency or one bedroom apartment. There's 60 units proposed here that are going to be approximately $1,538 to about $2,100 to $2,300 a month. And so Mr. Scott said, well, that's affordable housing, and his target for that housing would be nurses and police officers. And as many of you know, I'm married to a trauma surgeon and former Army colonel, and has been hanging around in the healthcare part of the world for a long time. And this project, one of the exemptions, and there's deviations all over the place from the rules and regulations for the city. And one of them is the parking. And Mr. Scott said that, well, we're going to try to attract nurses and police officers here, but there's no parking here. And those are two jobs where you almost always need a car because you work strange hours and oftentimes in different places in different parts of the institution. So you're going to need a parking place. And then he talks about things like solar. But if you look at the plan, the solar panel system will generate about $300 a month in electricity for 60 units. So I know that's about $6 that's going to save. And then lastly, it's actions. I believe in the heart of the goodness of Mr. Scott and what he wants to do, but it's the actions that speak loudest. And yesterday was a court hearing where the judge ordered Mr. Scott to remove the barriers that he put up to block the tenants to the north. And as of tonight, they're still not removed. Please vote no on this. Thank you.
Mr. Jefferson, I saw your hand next. Good evening.
Good evening, Council and Mr. Barr. Got to Mr. Helinga. I'm Ricky Jefferson. I'm out of Ypsilanti Township. Long-time resident of Ypsilanti all my life. Ypsi Public Schools. Just came as a person who knows that this city has a lot of complex situations that are going on. And one of the things that we have going on is the fight between affordable housing and not affordable housing. And, you know, it was like that when I was here on city council. The truth is, we know that the economy has gotten so bad here that it's not affordable for anybody to live here that's been here all their life. and losing their family homes. And when they try to find places to live within the city, there's nothing affordable. You have to move to Wayne, Taylor, Inkster, Romulus, wherever. And you even have people who are on Section 8 who can't afford their portion, pay their portion, who can't find home here. So I know about all of that, and I know about the things that have been talked about today. Glad to see Fed Up fighting for our homeless. But the thing is that I'm here is to talk about this plaza. The plaza has a lot of potential to do more than what is on paper. It has a lot of potential because when you bring in this type of development, there's going to be some people that come in that can help this city in different ways. Number one, you have more people who provide tax revenue. And I know where the city's budget is, where it's headed, and how it's been talked about in the paper and that kind of thing. But to find a way to deal with this plaza in a positive way on where you can come to an agreement in dealing with public benefits, I see you should go forward with it. Because one of the things that is real important to me is that this city doesn't turn down any developments which hardly ever come here anyway. They're far and in between, and sometimes they're scams. But this is not a scam. This is a real deal that's trying to bring something into our community that we've never really had before. And that's a Black developer who has the means, who has the experience and the know-how to go through this process and make sure that everything that you need from them is covered. Give them that chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Oh, yeah, sure. Come. Oh, sorry, Pastor Anna, right after. I'm sorry. Yeah, come on, and then Pastor Anna can go. Okay. My bad. I was looking straight ahead. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shani Saylor, and I've had the privilege of working with the developer for the proposed PUD at Pearl Street for over a year now. It was clear from the very beginning that the developer leads with integrity and is intentional about inclusiveness and developing not only spaces, but also developing people. I've continued to see this in action as I've been working directly with the business owners within the Centennial Building for the last 7 months. There are over 30 small businesses, and many of them provide support services to some of the most vulnerable residents within the Ypsilanti community. It's a quite unique ecosystem, with many of those business owners providing services to one another and oftentimes servicing the same clients. In an effort to foster this small business community, the developer has hosted meet and greets, question and answer sessions, and most recently, a tenant appreciation lunch, which was catered by a local Ypsilanti business. The developer and team members were present during the lunch to answer questions, listen to feedback and suggestions, and to encourage the businesses to network with one another. The developer and team were also very intentional about learning how to best support the business ecosystem here in Ypsilanti. Almost all of the businesses at Centennial Plaza have expressed their gratitude for the work being done to the Centennial Building, the implementation of practices that have made communication seamless, and keeping everyone informed about what's happening in the building and the proposed development. It's been encouraging to hear that many of the tenants are in support of the development to come and like being able to talk to the developer. What is heard most is thank you for being visible and accessible, and thank you for keeping MVM on board for property management. MVM is a local property management company that has been with the Centennial Building for almost 15 years. The developer recognizes them as an incredible asset, of which he is grateful to have, and will continue to work with them and other local businesses and contractors. When I speak about local businesses and contractors, with all of the improvements that have been made, nearly about 300,000 in just 6 months, and even those improvements to come, which would be about another 500,000 at least, the developer has made it very clear that the first course of action is to find local contractors, and ideally those that may not usually have the opportunity to bid on and complete such work to improve their portfolio. The health and safety of the tenants and visitors and the overall building experience has remained the priority of the developer. He also continues to be truthful and transparent. All of these experiences leave me with no doubt that the developer will implement these same practices and principles as the proposed development is brought forth. I ask that council approve this investment of over $20 million so that the developer may continue to support both the Ypsilanti economy and the Ypsilanti community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Pastor Anna.
Hi, everyone. I am Pastor Anna Taylor McCants, and I serve at Fed Up Ministries. To say I was a little disheartened at the end of the last meeting, I think would be true. And then I also spoke at the public comment and said, but I had a win. And my win was that Steve has become a friend and an ally in our work. And I know last summer he was one of the neighbors on the other side of Washington Street that really, really struggled with what was happening in the parking lot at our partners organization at Growing Hope. And so since then, I've actually, I think, used that time for good. So I've had some really productive conversations with a couple more residents that live on that side of the street. And I've talked with 3 of the business owners that are at the intersection of Michigan Ave and Washington Street. Every single one of them has reported so much positivity since this time last year. They said usually when the weather breaks, things just get chaotic and it becomes a different community. And so that to me was affirmation that we are on the right path, that being present, loving people, providing basic needs, giving people a place to charge their phones and to take a nap on a lounge chair and read a book when maybe it's not safe to do that at night in the dark because people are sleeping outside. It is what folks need to curb some of the other things that we were seeing last summer. But now, just some statistics really quick, and then I will go into my my fears and concerns. But we are doing between some days 12, 15 showers, some days 3 to 5 showers, but dozens and dozens of folks are using the bathroom multiple times a day in our shower trailer, which is wonderful. We are serving hundreds, typically like 105 to 150 meals a day. So that's about 2,000 meals that we served in January. In June. I get all the J's mixed up. So that has been great. 2,000 meals last month. And that's breakfast and lunch. Our open hours are about 9 to 3. That was our big experiment. Seems to be working for us. And what I am concerned about, though, is that the library has called me recently. Mayor Nicole, I spoke to you about this earlier today. The library is starting to experience some of the things late at night that Growing Hope was experiencing last summer. And I want to be able to help support them and use our resources to help support this other amazing resource in the community. I don't want them to be vilified, but when I got a phone call from someone, it was the exact same thing that my best friend Julius told me last year when he was saying we need help and no one is listening. So I'm alerting you guys to the fact that we need to be more present. Please don't cut this funding. Please don't have a conversation about maybe $20,000 or $25,000 instead of 50. We need this money. What we are doing is working. We need to be sure that we are present to continue doing this work, and we can always amend the budget later in the year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Are there other, Terrence? And then I saw your hand, Sherry. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the work you all do on the council. I'm here, Terrence Williams, Ypsilanti Township. I am a longtime Ypsilanti resident, Ypsilanti guy, born and raised, local business owner, and I serve on the library board, so I would love to talk more with you about that, Anna. But I'm here today in support of Derek Scott and the proposed mixed-use and multifamily development at 124 and 120 Pearl Street. As a member of the community, I believe these projects will significantly contribute to the vibrancy and growth of our city. Mixed-use developments promote economic vitality and combining residential and commercial spaces, creating a more walkable and lively neighborhood. Additionally, multifamily housing. I do understand that a lot of this housing will be single residents, but with that, it also helps to diversify who's in the downtown area. Yesterday in my business, I had a chance to speak with Mr. Scott and talk about the plans that he had for this development, and I was truly inspired by the work that he plans to see happen here. It's not easy to put up a development like this, but I I've known him for a little bit, and so I trust that, you know, his hard work will go into it, and in full support of him. So thank you.
You, Jerry Wander.
Hi, my name is Sherry Wander and I live at 706 Davis Street. And I'm not sure if I'm proud or embarrassed that you know me because I speak often. But I care a lot about what happens in the city. I have a special place in my heart for people who have been pushed to the margins. And I think one of our jobs is to go stand on the margins with people because then they're no longer margins. And that is what Fed Up is doing. And you've heard the statistics about over 100 meals a day and over a dozen showers a day. And you've heard people from the business community show up and say, things are different now that Fed Up is here. I also work with Care-Based Safety, and we're spending a couple of evenings a week down at the same space, playing games, having drum circles, teaching guitar, being in community with people. But what you don't get to hear when you're not actually in the space is the support from the community that comes in unique ways and the untangible things that happen. During that insane heat wave recently, which let's be honest, it wasn't even summer, so it's going to happen again. Care-Based Safety in partnership with Fed Up was able to host a cooling center on the fly. We were also able to help one of the men who sleeps on the street, who's been sleeping on the street for years, get a hotel for the night. When I offered it, he said, "Why would you do that?" I said, "Because I care about you." And he got teary and said, "Nobody cares about me." Yeah, people care about you. You don't get to talk to the woman who says, "Can I take a nap in this chair? Because I know you will make sure nobody sexually assaults me. I know that you'll make sure nobody steals the bag that has my ID in it." And how later those same people might pick up a few bottles from the sidewalk or remind me to get a meal because, man, today's meal slaps, Mama Sherry. You gotta get you some. You don't necessarily get to hear about the support, the man that hands over $2 and says, "Hey, I collected some cans. Here's some money for Fed Up. Here's some money for Care-Based Safety. Here's some money for the next round of granola bars." Or the 4 mainline churches in the Ypsi area who came together and raised money for Fed Up. So when you give this money, and I know you will because I know you're going to listen to your constituents, you are joining with a whole lot of people who are giving whatever they can, whether it's 50K or 2 rumpled dollars or simply gratitude.
You. Is there anyone in the audience who has not yet spoken who would like to speak? No, you may not.
Everybody has to get there first.
Yeah. Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay.
We're missing a screen over here.
Oh, yeah. The screen's not on. Andrew. It's okay. All right. No problem. Thank you.
Going away.
Okay.
Hello, Councilman McLean.
Councilmember McLean.
Good evening, colleagues.
Hi. Been hovering up there. Oh, cool. Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
Yes, we have several people.
All right.
Century Partners. You want to unmute? You can talk.
Good evening. And if you can please state your name for the record when you unmute.
Okay, how about G? Unmute.
Hey guys, it's G. I am an employee of Fed Up. I just kind of want to make this simple and sweet. Having to be, a person who's been served and now helping this community, there is so much that not only do we like serve meals, give showers, like Sherry was saying, we help just like a community as a whole. And I think doesn't hurt us to ask for a little like grant 50K to, help us to continue the work that we're doing. Because I really do think the ripple effect of the work and what we can do is going to be very.
Yeah. Gee, I think you got muted, so hold on one sec.
Oh, hey, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to just say like there are so many people grateful for Fed Up. And not only are we working with, homeowners and business owners, we really are trying to work as a community. And again, it does take a community, even help from the city. So anything you guys can do, I think I think you should, would be great. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you. All right. Are there others on Zoom?
Yes. How about Marion's iPad?
Good evening, Marion's iPad.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Nicole Montgomery, and my husband is Marion Montgomery. And we are the founders of MVM Management, which is located in the Peace Plaza building that is newly owned by J297. And we feel grateful to speak on behalf of J297, considering we worked for years with the Centennial Plaza, which we feel was pretty successful being there. And we look forward to working with J297 for many years to come. We've worked with J297 for the last 7 months, and we support their vision and goal expectations with the new proposed affordable housing development. We feel that this new build would be great for the growth of the city of Ypsilanti. And we look forward to seeing the revitalization that J297 is bringing to the area. And we definitely want to be a part of their vision. And we support Derek Scott and J297, and we urge you to give them your full support in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Sarah E.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, my name's Sarah. I have lived in Ypsilanti for about 2 years and been more involved in community organizing and otherwise for about 4. As many others have spoken to, I'm also here to voice support for Fed Up and what an incredible opportunity it is for you to be able to provide $50,000 so that Ypsilanti can gain a priceless amount in community, being a model for other cities and townships. And ultimately, this amazing organization has already been in the community and providing an incredibly necessary service, which is accessible food, a place to wash up, letting people know, feel, and experience that they're seen and cared for in action beyond just words. In public health, there's an expression used, which is getting upstream, and it ultimately refers to how problem solving and efforts are best when they focus on getting ahead of the devastation and painful outcomes that could potentially come if not addressed. And Fed Up absolutely offers that. When everyone in a community has access to the resources they need, food, because we all need to eat, and connection, because we're literally wired for it, we all do better. In addition to supporting funding for Fed Up, I'm also really grateful for the insightful, comprehensive, and empowering initiatives put forward by the Ballot Initiative Group, or BIG, that I was able to learn about recently and then heard mentioned again tonight. I think supporting these initiatives is a really powerful, tangible action step in communicating the rights, care, and input that citizens of Ypsi deserve. Thanks.
Thank you.
How about Tegwin John?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Council. I would like to speak in support of the resolution to fund Fed Up for the entire amount, $50,000. Fed Up is such a wonderful initiative that brings together a lot of great people from across the community. to connect with and support some of our most marginalized neighbors and community members. And as a result of that work, to keep downtown safe for so many people who have a really hard time finding safety, in addition to the kinds of people that I know, business owners and certain groups in Ypsi really want to encourage. But Fed Up is part of that community, and so are all of the residents and guests and community members who benefit from their services. And the fact that there even exists something like this within Ypsi to fund and to support is a testament to the wonderful people that we have in this community and the wonderful work that is being done here, which I really think is a model that other communities can learn from and take to support their own residents. It's fantastic to see so many different kinds of people getting involved in supporting our unhoused and very tenuously housed neighbors. And it is, I think, the responsibility of the city council to contribute to that work, since these are your constituents, and every single person in Ypsilanti benefits from more people in Ypsi being safe, being well fed, being well rested, and being connected to one another. So I urge you to fund Fed Up for the entire $50,000, and honestly more, and to keep it coming, because that's the kind of stuff that builds a really strong, vibrant community that other people look to and want to move to and invest in. Thank you.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Tegwin John. It's spelled Tegwyn. Last name John, John.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mary Elizabeth.
Hi there. My name is Mary Buzzard. I am an MSW intern that is working with Fed Up Ministries, and I'm just here to speak with a lot of other folks who showed up today in support of Fed Up receiving the $50,000 that they're asking for. Fed Up provides meals, showers, community, and mental health supports that's really valuable to Ypsilanti. Their presence on Washington Street has been so important and so valuable. And so this $50,000 would go towards continuing the work that they're doing, and will allow them to continue to show up for the Ypsilanti community. They're filling in gaps that other organizations have not been able to or have been willing to fill, and they absolutely deserve the full amount of the $50,000 that you will provide them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we want to try Century Partners again?
Good evening. I'm sorry about that earlier. My name is David Alade. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. I'm a local developer in the Metro Detroit region and a property owner in Ypsilanti. I'd like to extend my support for J297 and its CEO Derek Scott on their development on North Washington and Pearl Street. The project expects to deliver 60 units of desperately needed affordable housing for our region. And it's also located in a great location in the center of the city with access to public transportation. We know that's, having a housing that's close to public transportation is incredibly critical for some of our more vulnerable residents, particularly those in need of affordable housing. I have the privilege of serving with Derek on a board, and I've seen firsthand his commitment to delivering high quality affordable housing without compromising on design. And we both believe that good design and high quality commercial amenities should not belong solely to the wealthy. And this project features both of those items. Derek's commitment to equity, diversity, and sound business fundamentals is admirable. And I really can't wait to see what he delivers to this neighborhood and this city. With our region's current economic and very challenging housing climate, it's so difficult to make these deals work and finance affordable housing. And we really should commend Derek for his commitment in this area and taking this on. It really is difficult. He's already raised significant funding across the state, and I expect he'll be an amazing steward of this capital and bring this desperately needed project to fruition to the area. Thank you very much for the time. And again, I want to reiterate my support for the J29 housing development project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there
How
more?
about Chris?
Thank you. My name is Christine Simeone, calling from Dearborn, actually, another county away. I really propose that you consider the 50,000 full amount for Fed Up. What a model you would create, coming out of your county and your area. Just listening to the voices tonight, seems like there's change in Ypsi. Good change. Recognize that change. And I'm here as an advocate for Anna McCants and her ministry and just what it provides. Go ahead and embrace someone that's on the street. Shake their hand. They are isolated, and Anna embraces them and hugs them every day and feeds them, makes sure they're clean and they have everything they need. Please consider this because you're the model for other counties. I beg you, because Dearborn has nothing like that. They chase them off to Inkster and Garden City. Thank you for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional Zoom hands?
Edric Lewis.
Good evening.
Want to unmute? Edric? Okay, we've got one more. About a B. Freer.
Good evening.
No, it's free.
It's freezing here. My nose is running.
Neither one of them seem to be responding.
Okay. Edric Lewis, B. Freer. Yeah. All right. Those are the last two hands you had? Okay. Oh, yes, please. Yes.
So one more comment from the public. Member Simmons was not able to be here today, but received an email she would like me to read from Patrick Jones. My name is Pat Jones and I'm a resident of the city. It's my understanding that council will be deciding Tuesday on providing financial support to Fed Up. I am writing to encourage you to fund the full amount requested. I grew up in Ypsi, yet when I became homeless, I had to be in Ann Arbor to get services. Now I work with my wife to run Peace House, a house of hospitality in Ypsi, and I have been so glad to see more services here. The Daytime Warming Center, having a site here, was a great support to our friends, and now Fed Up is adding to that. Fed Up is providing meals and showers, but it is more than that. Being able to take care of your hygiene needs provides you with a sense of dignity. Having a meal shared with you in a way that family and friends share a meal together provides you with a sense of belonging. This is so important to moving beyond simple survival. We all know last summer was a mess. And if you have been around 16 South Washington this summer, you know things have improved a lot. I have no doubt Fed Up's presence has had so much to do with that. They need this money to keep doing what they do, which benefits not only the homeless citizens of Ypsi, but all of us.
Thank you for reading that into the record. All right. Well, audience participation. Oh, you got it. All right. This is all I was about to close it. You're real close. Okay. All right.
I'm actually reading on behalf of Julius Buzzard, the executive director at Growing Hope. Dear Mayor Brown and members of the council, I am writing today as the executive director of Growing Hope, an organization deeply committed to fostering a just and equitable food system in Ypsilanti and an incubator for several small businesses that continue to populate our downtown district. Additionally, Growing Hope owns the Ypsilanti Farmers Market located at 16 South Washington and 9 South Adams. Fed Up Ministries is more than a tenant for us. They are one of our most valued and trusted community partners. Fed Up provides our unhoused neighbors with food, employment opportunities, and mental health care. But more than that, they build community and a sense of belonging. Their work is not just compassionate, it's transformative. It meets people where they are and offers compassionate and impactful support, giving us a hope for a brighter future. Neighbors, business owners, and patrons alike have stopped me to express their appreciation for how the unhoused community has been cared for this spring and summer, North and South Washington businesses and business owners have noted that they feel safer than last summer and that the block is more friendly and respectful than it has been in several years. As a regular listener to the conversations at City Hall, I understand that the council has repeatedly tabled a crucial $50,000 in funding for Fed Up Ministries and is now at risk of not moving forward. I also understand that the primary response to the meeting these needs has been to fund and fill our police department. However, the positive changes happening in our downtown district are because of the care and connection cultivated on Washington Street, largely because of the work Fed Up has been doing. I urge you to approve this funding tonight. This is not just a matter of public health and neighborhood safety. Your decision tonight will significantly influence the direction of our community's efforts to address homelessness and food insecurity. We have a choice: build trust and relationships that help people move toward economic and personal recovery, or signal that their needs and safety are not valued. The latter path will not foster civic pride or participation among our marginalized residents. The responsibility is heavy, but the impact of your decision is profound. I'm proud to see homelessness and food security services in the heart of downtown Ypsilanti. Washtenaw County has the potential to become a national model for innovative and effective homelessness response. Reliable access to healthy meals is fundamental to a person's ability to plan for the future, and this is a source of pride for our community. While I understand that the city may be investing in and waiting for systemic change that will transform local law enforcement, humanitarian and grassroots solutions, such as knowing a person's name, sharing a meal, and building a sense of community, are moving the needle in our community. And if nothing else, I'd imagine you experience the cruciality of Fed Up and these services in the interim. Not supporting Fed Up tonight would be irresponsible, but I implore you to make the first step in providing substantial and reliable funding for our city's social safety net. In solidarity, Julius Buzzard.
And on time. Okay, at the buzzer. Thank you. And with that, we will close public comment. Yes, we do have a presentation. So next on our agenda, before we move into our voting items, is a presentation from our Chief of Police on police co-response with the Sheriff's Department. Good evening, Chief Moore.
Okay.
We're freezing. That's what we're.
It's not cold.
Good evening.
Right. So, good evening, Madam Mayor and the distinguished members of the City Council. I asked to do this, I won't call it a presentation, just informative session. I wanted to share some of the developments that have been occurring as a result of collaborative effort with all of the police chiefs here in Washtenaw County and, of course, the Sheriff's Office, and how we address collaboratively some of the issues that are facing the county, specifically in the area of co-response, unarmed response, and our mental health. So I'll just start real quick. All of the chiefs, all of the sheriffs, we meet on a regular basis. We cover, collectively, what's occurring. So one of our primary issues that been working on and wanted to address, of course, is our co-response and that model and what it looks like. And so I want to emphasize why it's important that this be a collaborative and a county-wide initiative and effort, and not just simply one for Ypsilanti. One, the need is county-wide. Two, we talking about, most importantly, the resources and ability to sustain legitimate programming based on data and the real work, and also to cover the liability for all of the municipalities. And that lies in the ability to effectively triage and do legitimate risk assessment. So risk assessment comes in the form of our Metro Dispatch. They receive hundreds of hours of training, and their training is annually, and they are legitimate experts in the field of communication and, of course, triaging and risk assessment. Utilizing that model, we've come up with some what I think is going to be pretty impactful to the county. And I'll just start. So on July 7th, there will be 2 teams covering both day shift and night shift of a co-response unit here in the county. And it's going to be a countywide initiative. These officers are officers and clinician, not just officers, but officer and clinician together are being grant funded. They applied for some grant funds, and so they're going to cover, that expense. That allows us the ability to respond countywide. Now, here are some of the things about this that's very significant, and it addresses the needs of this community and some of the things that the community members are asking for as it relates to co-response and unarmed response. One, as I mentioned before, you're going to have a deputy and a clinician. They will not be in a traditional, the officers won't be in a traditional uniform. They'll be in khakis with insignia identifying them as a co-response team along with the clinician. There's also, they're going to be, there's 3 levels, 3 tiered levels of response. So the first being through triaging and risk assessment, the first response would be just a mental health response, where there would be no response from law enforcement of any kind. It's just strictly mental health. The second tier would be a response involving both law enforcement and the clinician, but together in the capacity of co-response and not in uniform. And then, of course, in an emergency situation, then it would be a law enforcement response. This is a very responsible and pioneering methodology in terms of responding to mental health, people in mental health crises, and how we triage these things and make the appropriate risk assessment. These scenarios change literally from moment to moment. So it's imperative that we have the right people with the integrated into our current public safety so that they can make the proper notifications, get the right tool for the right job, for the right problem, as opposed to a one-size-fits-all methodology. Public safety, of course, has been, thrust into a lot of social scenarios where, we have become the last catch-all for all of the things that have fallen through in, social safety nets. Well, this is a legitimate attempt and model to help kind of correct some of that and put the emphasis on, triaging, that risk assessment, reducing the liability for any of the municipalities, and of course, providing the appropriate service for the residents across the county. So I think this is a very significant initiative. It is coming through grant funding. So now there are no more, there are no more limitations in terms of, who's paying for the officers and the clinicians and all of those people. And so if this is successful, this can obviously be utilized in different agencies and different communities. And we hope that this model will be something that'll grow because it's a legitimate response to an issue and what, the community wants to see. So I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much. Questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
It was an interesting presentation. So in the 2 teams, you said there's 2 teams day and night. So I'm assuming there's 1 team, and I'm also assuming that there's 2 people on each team.
That's correct.
So at any given time, there's 1 team for the entire county.
That's correct.
Not just Ypsilanti, but
Right. It's for the county. It's
county.
countywide.
So I could see this getting overwhelmed really quickly. Especially on certain nights where there would be a lot of tier 1 and tier 2 calls. I appreciate the efforts to I think this is important. From a certain perspective for local law enforcement to engage in this and to try this out. This has been coming from the county for some time. If this is a county effort, I'm kind of surprised that there isn't enough resources to have more teams, because I really think that is going to be critical for this to be successful. I would hate to see this be a case where too little condemns the effort, right? That's my one concern. So is that it's just it doesn't seem to be enough to deal with the issues that we experience in Ypsilanti. I think that those 2 teams could probably suffice for Ypsilanti, but I don't know what the rest of the county would do.
So it's been operating with 1 team being, of course, funded by the sheriff's office, and they've had tremendous success. And a lot of, the response, Ypsilanti receives a lot of that benefit. So now by providing two teams and creating, some more coverage, it only grows, it only gets better, because so far the data and the success has been, tremendous. And so now with it being integrated into a legitimate triaging point, which is Metro Dispatch, you bring legitimacy, you are able to, critically diagnose and assess these scenarios as they're unfolding, and you have the infrastructure. If it changes, you can make the call. So, it's two teams, end all and be all. It's better than the one. And then, of course, as it grows, then we look, we'll look at the data. This is being piloted so that we can, legitimately say, okay, this is reduced either call service or call volume, or, any of the key performance indicators we identify is this successful or if it's not. So I think this is an important a step in trying to address an issue that, quite frankly, is kind of nationwide. And, the county is trying to pioneer a legitimate response. There's different types of, corresponding pieces. They took in the data, we looked at everything. We know that, people had an aversion to a complete uniformed officer in some of those scenarios where it's a low barrier, low risk scenario. Well, do you really need, a uniformed officer to show up? So taking in all those things in consideration and looking at the call volumes, we feel like this is a really good, opportunity to test this and see how far we can get.
So two things. One, I don't want to forget, Councilmember McLean is online and may want to engage in the conversation. I think his hand is up. But before he asks his question, my question for you, Chief Moore, and you answered one of them because I heard you say Metro Dispatch. The crises or calls will be funneled through dispatch, but what happens if folks don't want to or won't or cannot call 911? Is there like an alternative phone number, a line?
So
Folks can call?
there's a suicide, of course, hotline and those things. And of course, they're integrated and able to, to contact, local authorities, and then, we get the resources. So the premise is, of course, we don't want to create multiple lines, which reduces, response time and ability to effectively, respond. So we know everybody understands 911, it's emergency. And so if they call 911 in a mental health crisis, we can triage and risk assess and then get them the right resource. And so that right resource may not be the police, but we have an answer. We have, a response, to that. So I don't know if that 100% answers.
Yeah, I mean, it answers the question for what we're gonna be doing,
Mhm.
what the county's gonna be doing. I only ask because, like crisis lines, there are others that exist. And so I'm just wondering like how those things are gonna be working together, if at all, or if this is just the pilot utilizing 911 right now, and then that might be explored in the future, like.
There's a possibility, everything's on the table. I know the current, crisis line, I know how it works now. So if somebody calls a crisis line and they're in, in crisis, and they, self-disclose or what have you about suicidal ideations, of course, they contact the PD. So instead of, in this instance, where it would just be, in the past, it would just be a police officer in a uniform shows up and possibly, mental health. Now, depending on the details collected, from the crisis line or the individual, now we send the right resource. So instead of, police, now you're getting the mental health clinician. So I think, by trying to tailor our response to the needs of the scenario, it increases the opportunity and the odds that we're going to get a favorable outcome that doesn't lead to, some of the tragedies that we've had in the past.
Councilmember McLean?
Good evening, Chief Moore. How are you?
Good evening, sir. Fantastic.
Thanks for your presentation. We're really interested in the whole issue of triage and completely agree with your assessment that we need to get that right and assess whether or not police are needed, mental health professionals are needed, or and also the fact that it changes. The situation could change. It's a dynamic situation. In answering Councilmember Wilcoxon's question, I think you started to allude to measures of success. Can you say more about that? If you thought about what they are, especially in the areas of volume?
So if we're always looking at, okay, what is our real call volume across the county? And of course, and it's broken down into each, each municipality. How many calls for service is Ypsilanti experiencing? How many is, Pittsfield? How many is Ann Arbor? And so on and so forth. And then, of course, the township. So what we're looking at is the key performance indicators are, okay, are we sending the right resource? And then what's the measurable outcome? So how often when we get a call and it's triage that, okay, this only needs a mental health response, that's exactly what it needs. Or if we got it wrong, right? Or if we have something that's in the middle where, there's a medium risk assessment. So we send a co-response team, right? And then it turns out to be lesser, or we need it more. So as we collect that data, that's going to, kind of help us to tweak the program to see if we're, if we're asking the right questions, if we're, gathering, the right information, and then what's the measurable outcome? Meaning, are we able to provide legitimate service to the person in need? And so, and how was that service provided? Was it, a handoff to another entity, or was it something that we were able to address with the resources that we currently have? So we put all of those things, on the table and in the pot, and then it'll give us a much bigger picture and legitimate data to, okay, how are we doing and how do we tweak this?
Thank you for that, Madam Mayor. If I could, one more.
Sure.
I think there was a reference early in your presentation, Chief, to this expansion being grant funded. What are the terms of the grant? Is it a year? Is it 2 years? What's the?
I believe this grant is for a year, but I need to confirm that. But I believe this grant is for a year because we need the data, that time frame to kind of collect legitimate data. So we're starting, here at July 7th. So it's the summer months. So we think that's a good call volume is usually higher, and so we think it's a good starting point, and then we evaluate it as it tapers off with the weather.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King, I thought I saw your hand.
Yes, I just had two questions, but I believe one of them was just answered. One, I was just wondering how long the pilot will last. And the other question is, you said 2 people will be on duty. Do we have backup if one of those people are absent?
That at this point, no, I'll say no. I mean, obviously we still have community mental health and all those, but for the teams, the 2 teams, those are the individuals that's funded through the grant. So the clinician, so 2 clinicians and 2 officers.
So if one of them is absent, will they?
We'll still respond, they're still going to respond, to calls. It'll just be in a different format. If, let's say, if the officer is not available, we're still going to have a response, but we're going to have to triage it differently. So we may have to send a uniformed officer depending on what the need is.
And I guess lastly, is that something you guys will consider, getting a backup? Is that something that you can't consider at this time?
I'll have to talk to the group about it. So I don't want to speak, for the collective on what's the next decision. This is just where we are right now.
Thank you.
Of course.
Just to piggyback on that, as just an idea, is just around, I always think about cross-training for roles like this. So you have more than one individual who is prepared, even though somebody may be covered by the grant, having others who have the training to be able to step in if necessary.
There's interest, and we did talk about, right now it's housed in, those officers, those deputies are coming from the sheriff's office, but we talked about the capacity of, other municipalities being able to contribute, to that. So, as we get the data and as it grows, then we'll look at, all of those pieces and how we can integrate more. What are we able to, what are we able to commit to it from each of the individual municipalities? Because right now most of the municipalities besides Ann Arbor, we're all smaller municipalities. So we benefit from, the collective effort.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just had a kind of follow-up logistics question. I had assumed that these would be patrol units with 2 people in them, but with the statements that have been made about the triage, it sounds like people, clinicians would be going out by themselves, or the officer would be going out together. So it's not like they're in the same patrol unit.
So there's going to be, for the 2 teams, they're primarily going to, they're going to respond together, but they're going to be dressed down. When it's just a strictly mental health and there's no need for a public safety or law enforcement component, then that will just be, strictly a mental health response and not, with PD. So CMH, the other pieces. Anything in that middle triage will be both. And then, of course, if there's something that's acute and dynamic and there's a significant risk and, public safety risk, then, of course, you will have MARC units respond as well.
They would, for the teams themselves, are they going to be physically occupying?
Yes, they're
the
going to
unit
be together
all the time, and it's just
Yes.
a matter of who gets out of the car.
Yeah, they're going to be together, and their car is not going to be your traditional police vehicle with lights. That's not what they're going to be in.
Additional questions? Oh, Councilmember Sweet, sorry.
So since there's one co-response unit, so right, if that unit's busy or unavailable or whatever, and YPD officers are responding to a call that the co-response unit, would have been better fit for just because they're busy. What can you explain, like, the communication method then, like between those YPD officers responding and getting that information back to the clinician or the co-response unit? Is there a method for that, or?
There is, and the part of, the follow-up piece. So if YPD officers respond to, a call for service and it is a mental health, call, and, we call CMH, community mental health, and we go that route. If it's one that's in the middle, so it's, when I say in the middle, the person hasn't, made, statements that doesn't rise to the level of that this person definitely, is suicidal. However, we recognize that they still need, intervention and in the resources, then we'll put that in queue for the team to come and recontact them.
So even if the co-response team is not occupied, we would still be able to utilize the current crisis team from
Yes.
CMH to call them.
So CMH is still going to be available to us. And then, of course, the other team can follow up depending on, what's the need.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson?
Yeah, the rest of my colleagues have asked all my questions, and I'm appreciative of that. Thank you. But I'm also appreciative of you bringing forth this information to us, and I will be looking forward to seeing the data after whatever the term of the grant is, to see how we're going to go forward as not only just a city, but as a county.
Well, thank you. I mean, we are really, working hard to try to find legitimate solutions, to the issues that plague the county, quite frankly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, discussion on this? Oh, I have one more thing. Okay. I would also be interested in, just because clearly I'm a social worker, the training that the co-response team, engages in, especially for how they learn to coexist, and responding, to calls together. I would love to just know kind of like what that looks like.
So
You don't have to, I know you probably.
Yeah, I don't know every detail, but I can tell you this. There have been some changes at the state level for, crisis response, particularly in mental health cases. So now all of the officers going through the academy are getting a certain level of training in CNT and mental health program. The officers that we have that haven't gone through it, we're setting that training up for January, so we'll have the entire organization. But now, specific to the clinician, of course, the training that's required, of a clinician. But all of the training that's being conducted at the state level and that we're doing, the clinician is a part of that training. So we utilize and I won't say active, but people who, not only the clinicians, but in a scenario base, we actually bring in, volunteers who have been in that space, and they're able to tell their story and help, get officers to really see the other side of working in that space. So it's very intense training. The initial training is 3 days of the training, and so it's significant. It's not just a kind of a class. It's very hands-on, and you have to really work through the issues.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Nothing else? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Tucson, you have the consent agenda with letter D removed.
Indeed. So resolution number 2024-151, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following items on the consent agenda be approved. Resolution number 2024-152, approving the minutes of the June 18th, 2024 City Council meetings. Resolution number 2024-153, approving the tying of teal ribbons in the business district during the month of September. Resolution number 2024-153B, appointing Lisa Volker to the Human Relations Commission with a term ending in July 1st, 2024, and I so move.
Support.
Moved and supported. Please call the roll, clerk.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons is absent. Councilmember McLean is also absent. Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Carries.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Sweet, you have our first resolution, 2024-154.
Resolution number 2024-154, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the city has an interest in protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the community, and whereas the city has a master plan that reflects the policy goals of the city, including the guiding value that anyone, no matter what age or income, can find a place to call home in Ypsilanti, and whereas the applicant 124 Peace Plaza LLC intends to provide public benefits in this development, and whereas the Planning Commission recommends the City Council approve the site condominium plan unit development for the site known as 124 and 120 Pearl, with the property's legal description in the attached ordinance, and now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council adopt the ordinance entitled Planned Unit Development and Site Condominium Mixed Use and Multifamily Development at 124 Pearl Street and 120 Pearl, with conditions as recommended in the request for legislation memo on second and final reading, and I so move.
Support. Moved by Councilmember Sweet, supported by Councilmember King. Good evening. Hi, Josh. Please update us on this.
Yeah, so since the last council meeting, we have received the Trinity Health easement that we did ask for. However, we did receive it yesterday, so the attorney has not had time to review that easement. Additionally, we got the development agreement at 3 p.m. today. So again, we have not had time to review the development agreement. So as of now, the two conditions that required the easement and the development agreement are not currently met, as we would like to have the attorney review both those documents before officially approving.
All right, thank you. Okay. Discussion. Councilmember Sweet.
Can you speak to what other items were also still missing? I'm looking through the packet. I know our last meeting there was a list of the exemptions or the things that are still outstanding. Could you go over what those current outstanding items are?
Yeah, so we need the attorney to review the master deed, the Exhibit B. We do have the master deed. I do not remember if we got an updated Exhibit B. But we also need the attorney to review the development agreement that was submitted today, and also the Trinity Health easement that was submitted yesterday. Additionally, we will, if council wishes to approve the PUD today, the applicant will need to obtain council approval for the removal of, not the removal, for the approval of an on-street fire lane and on-street loading space, as well as the removal of the parking spaces. They will also need to obtain final city engineer and fire department approval during detailed engineering review. They did not provide the consent from the neighboring property for site access for the mural. And so at this point, either, we need them to, provide that consent or just not have the mural. Additionally, we did not get confirmation of a recycling plan or waste management plan for the Centennial Building. We have not received a fee in lieu for the one street tree that was required. And yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Barr, I'm sorry, question. So the two items that Josh just shared that you have not had an opportunity to review, can you give us your opinion on how that impacts the question on the table right now about approving a PUD?
Well, normally the documents would have been submitted a lot earlier, and we would, as a matter of course, would review the documents. What we look at is to see, according to the city charter, that the documents are in legal proper form. I did look at the Trinity agreement briefly today on the internet, and as far as my first glance was, it was appropriate and would be approved. I have not had a chance to look at the PUD at all.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet, you had your hand up.
Oh, my next question was about, do we know what the status of the dumpster access is in regards to making sure that can be serviced? I know there was barricade.
I have not
brought
heard
up
an
last
update
time.
from the barricades.
Okay.
Do you
Does
have
anyone on staff have know that information at this time? Thank you. I know.
I see you, Patrick. I'm gonna get you next. Right after this. Maybe right. Evening.
Good evening, council. So I can tell you that on June 14th, an initial violation letter was sent, requesting it to be removed, because they were, they had built a temporary barrier or fence, without a building permit. The reinspection was done on the 1st. We gave them to the 1st to remove it, which we typically give 14 days. It was not removed as of yesterday. And so it is still there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all?
That's all for now. Yeah.
Councilmember McLean.
To dovetail into that part of the discussion, I can tell you that I have a picture that was taken at 6 o'clock tonight, saying that those barricades remain there as well. So I have a few questions, probably better directed at the applicant. And I don't know if there's anyone there for the applicant to respond or not.
There are, if you'd like to approach.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Or evening, sorry. For the record, Derek Scott for the applicant, 124 Peace Plaza.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. One quick point of clarification. The speaker spoke on your behalf earlier during public comments from the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, said that you live in Ypsilanti. I thought you said something different the last time, that you were close by but not here. Is that what's right?
I live in Pittsfield Township. I'm Ypsilanti address, but Pittsfield Township.
Okay, so that what she said wasn't accurate. Thank you for that. Could I ask you some questions about this whole idea of affordability? we keep talking about affordability and affordable housing. We talk about it in the context of this development, but of course we talk about it, and rightly so, in the context of other developments. And this particular development is being, say, advertised or described as affordable housing. What specifically are the anticipated rents or sale prices for these particular units?
Yeah, so if you give me a moment, I can pull those up for you. So we reference 50 to 80% AMI thresholds for the rents, which on the so based on Washtenaw County income levels, the 50% AMI levels start at right at 1,100 on one bedrooms. The efficiencies are just slightly lower, right at 1086, and they range up to 1,800 at the 70% AMI, and then there are 12 what are penthouse units that are at the 80% AMI threshold, which is roughly right at 19 to 2,000.
Okay. So is Washtenaw County's AMI the same as Ypsilanti's?
So there's not an AMI level set by MSHDA or HUD for Ypsilanti specific. So I think the point you're trying to get to is that the income threshold or income levels for Ypsilanti City proper is substantially different than Washtenaw County. And so the AMI levels, the 50-80% is based off of the county AMI levels. With that said, the Ann Arbor Housing Commission, for instance, the vouchers that are offered through the Section 8 program target the fair market rent. And so the fair market rent for this area, which also allows for Section 8 vouchers, that fair market rent is actually for one bedroom is at 1,200. I'm sorry, for a studio, it's at 1,278. And then for a one bedroom, it's slightly higher at 1,308. So several of our rents are below the voucher level rents, but essentially 50% or more of our units would qualify for voucher.
Well, I'm pleased they will qualify, but I certainly would raise the point that affordability may be in the eye of the beholder, and for those in Ypsilanti, I'm not sure it's going to meet the smell test in all those cases. But I appreciate your response. The thing that is, I have to say, as this process has gone on, the thing that is most troubling has been alluded to this evening. And we've just heard a number of glowing reports about you, about your work, and I want to believe that all those people that said great things about you were telling the truth. I don't have no reason to believe they weren't. And yet we had one speaker, Mr. Pierce, that came before us about an hour ago and talked about what's going on with the easement in your neighbors to the north. And this is, at this point, has reached a new level of litigiousness. There's suits, there's countersuits, and as far as I know, your neighbor can't even empty their trash at this point. I mean, when I look as a member of council, when I look at a potential developer, and I am pleased when developers come to Ypsilanti, make no mistake about it. But I also expect that they will come to Ypsilanti and find a way to work with their neighbors. We have a court order at this point that directed you to remove barricades a day ago. I raised this 2 weeks ago, and they're still there. Why?
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Rogers, and I'm legal counsel for 124 Peace Plaza. I was at the hearing yesterday during oral arguments, and as I mentioned to the judge, and as the judge conceded, this is a holiday week. And because contractors have to come out and remove those barriers, she conceded the point that we may not be able to do them immediately, meaning the same day or even today, because this is a holiday week. And she was willing to concede that point. And so what she agreed and what we agreed to was that the barriers will be removed forthwith, which means as soon as possible. And we are working on that. But because this is a holiday week, we don't have any control over the contractors' schedules. And since there was a TRO filed, not by us, I may add, but by the neighbors, we deserved the right to make our arguments to the court rather than just removing the barriers, which we believe under the law, we had a right to install.
Madam Mayor, thank you, counsel. I appreciate you falling back on the law. As the Supreme Court showed us yesterday and the day before, the law and what's right aren't always the same thing. Wouldn't it have made some sense perhaps last week, given this situation, knowing you're coming before us this week, to simply take those things down and let the legal process play itself out and try to work this out?
I am increasingly surprised that it seems that my client is being encouraged not to avail himself of his legal remedies to which he is entitled. Please recall that my client is not the one who filed the lawsuit. My client, 124 Peace Plaza, in the spirit of who he is as a good neighbor, first made an attempt to try to work things out with the neighbor to the north. We tried repeatedly. We can't make someone come to the table. We can extend good faith efforts. We can have conversations, which is what we did. But after we were served with the lawsuit, we availed ourselves of our legal right to file a counterclaim. And so at the last hearing, Councilmember McLean asked us why we filed counterclaims as if we did not have the right to do that. But there were no questions to the neighbors to the north about why they filed the lawsuit at all. We are not the type of people who are litigious. However, we owe it to ourselves and to the project to get the project done in a way that it is anticipated. And to the extent we don't avail ourselves of all of our legal remedies now, then we foreclose ourselves from availing ourselves of those same legal remedies later, because you don't get 2 bites at the apple. You have 1 shot. And so we had a legal obligation to avail ourselves of all of our remedies rather than wasting the court's time and yours. And I'm surprised that this question keeps coming up as if we don't have a right to do that. And we do.
You do have the right. You avail yourself of it. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. So I do have a question about the barriers for clarity. So in terms of when the city came out with code enforcement because the dumpsters couldn't be emptied, my question, again, I understand availing yourself of your legal remedies. I'm no attorney, so I'm not going to argue that point, but I've seen pictures of the dumpsters overflowing, right behind in the space. And so I'm just wondering, even to create an opportunity for the trucks to get in, why was that not done? Because it's unfair to the folks who live there in your building as well as your neighbor's building to have trash overflowing out of the dumpsters. That is a really big point of contention here, I think, with this body.
So I want to be really careful. So I want to just say for the record that I have stated from the beginning, it is my desire to work with the property owner to the north. In repeated attempts to reach out to them, they have made it clear they do not want us to contact them. They would like to delay this process through the courts and work this process through the courts. That's why we're working the process through the courts. It would be my endeavor if they walked into this room tonight that I would sit down at the table and figure out a solution that is in the best interests of everyone and the public to move a project forward. So let me say that first and foremost. as my counsel just indicated, it took us just 2 weeks to get the barriers down, and the barriers were necessary for maintenance work that we were required under our existing financing to do on the lot. Work that we could not do while those other vehicles were accessing the lot. We need to be able to close off the lot, which, by the way, does not require permits. It's general maintenance. The notice that we were issued from the city called out code specifically around providing barriers for excavation. We're not doing any excavation. We haven't pulled any permits. The city code explicitly allows for the placement of temporary barriers if it's not in the right of way, the public right of way, which this is not, for the express purpose of doing maintenance on our site. That's what we're trying to do to satisfy lender funding. As you see, we have done an exorbitant amount of work on the exterior of the building, everything from brickwork, which we put temporary barricades on, not in the right of way, but on our property on the Pearl Street side when we were doing facade work. We have to do the same level of work in the parking lot and those improvements. We needed to close it off. They were not willing to have a conversation about what we needed to do on our property to do basic maintenance. We have vehicles that are hitting potholes because there are holes in the parking lot that we need to repair because we have vehicles that are being damaged, our businesses and visitors that are coming to the site. That was the reason and the purpose for that. We have also had conversations with Republic Trash Removal, who has indicated that their truck can access the trash removal from the north driveway of their parking lot. They have not availed themselves of that help or that service. They only want to access it through our lot, which is continuously being damaged, by the way, by the dump truck that's coming through to remove trash. We're not trying to preclude them from removing trash. We would love to coordinate with them how things can happen, but we have to continue to be able to do the work that we need to do on our site, not to lose our funding and to stay in compliance with our lender.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Further questions or discussions from Mayor Pro Tem?
Hello.
Hi again.
I missed your call today, so I apologize for that. I was in transit when didn't get it till I got here. So
no worries.
Thank you for reaching out. The maintenance, I hadn't been thinking about this, but since it was just here, is like what the maintenance, you did maintenance on Pearl Street and you did maintenance on the north side. Not the same spaces. I'm having a hard time figuring out what that maintenance would be, but that I'm not sure. The point that they can get the garbage collected from the north side, is that a well-known fact? I mean, I find it curious if that's in fact the case, then what's that?
Our engineering team did provide turning radiuses from Republic Trash Services that showed that the turning radiuses for the same truck that lifts the 8 cubic foot loaders off of our lot and the ones that lifts the one off of their lots can access their drive lanes. I have pictures of their drive lanes. They only need 15 foot in width. They have 22 feet in width in radius around the entirety of their second north driveway. So there is access, and then there's height clearance as well.
Thank you for that. I have no mental picture of this.
And we offer, the reason we know this is because I offered to pay for that, and we did pay for that analysis because that was a part of the conversations we were having very early on with the North property owner, was to try to figure out solutions on both parking on the site as well as how the access could happen on the site during construction and then after construction. Again, those conversations stopped. They just completely came to a stop.
And I appreciate that that can be frustrating for both sides. And that's, the way that our society resolves those issues is in the court system. So I can appreciate that that's where that's being discussed and attempted to be resolved. I don't have any, that's their thing. One of my concerns, and my concerns that I voiced last meeting, is, the control issue. So with that conversation and that process in the courts, my best case scenario would be that you had total control of the property and that there wasn't any question to that. And so, there is the question, and the question has been raised in planning commission and on in different places about whether that should be the precursor to moving forward with this. And so that's one way of looking at it. You look at it the other way, that's, let's take care of as much as we can until that is satisfied. And I can appreciate that as well. I am one of the people that would have liked to have seen all of that up front before this went through all of the site plan review and the PUD applications and things like that. So, I guess one of the other issues is the timing of the agreement, of the PUD agreement. I brought this up last time, when we got information from city staff that this is a fairly common practice to have at least a draft of that in place. The stated reason last time was because the specifics weren't known as a waste of time. That could be turned in saying that us deliberating on this and the planning commission deliberating on this without that in place and without the control of the site, it could be considered a waste of our time. I'm just saying that's an opinion that people have. So, so I just want to say overall that I like your project in a conceptual way. I think it brings a lot to the community in terms of housing. People have been talking about, the affordability issue and using that term accurately. And there's a lot of that, a lot of history to that conversation. So this isn't unique to this PUD. So, people are very aware of what that looks like. We have a development down on Michigan Avenue that is going to have, scientists and professional people moving to the area. So, I get the connection with that. And I think you may have alluded to that in one of the previous conversations. So, I don't want to get caught in arguing what is and isn't affordable, but just looking at the numbers, and you provided them today that we hadn't seen before, just knowing what they are and what the price point is. And this is your development. You're looking at this in terms of a business, and I would have hoped that you'd done the market research to figure out whether that was going to be a go for 60 units, and if that is a sustainable price point to be looking at. So, I appreciate, if it can be affordable, because that is a real need that we have. But, having the numbers is a great help in thinking about this decision. So, the timing of the agreement, is I find it troubling, and I think there's been some other things that have been kind of pushed to the time limit and back and forth. And I realize that these are complicated things, and there are lots of things that can get in the way or delay the development of those intermediate steps. So, I just want to identify that. I would like to have our council be able to review that before getting going on this. There's the unresolved issue with the control of the site, and I don't know when that will be reviewed, resolved. Nobody seems to. So that could take a long time. But I just find, while I really like the idea of the thing, the things I mentioned and the number of exceptions on this PUD give me pause. And one of the conditions for PUD is there's a statement in here that the PUD would significantly benefit, but would significantly increase the level of the development. And looking at the exceptions that are listed, I don't see that these rise to that level. There are certain practical considerations that have been put forth, like the hose lays and the access from the street and vacating the, you know, and having a fire lane on the street and vacating parking places and things like that. That's all, you know, is like, as we get to be a more densely populated city, those things are bound to happen. And I appreciate that is the move from being a fairly small community to being having more densely populated areas. And so, you know, we can work our way around that. But, you know, the bar for this, in terms of what the benefit is of the PUD, has been debated in multiple developments that have come before us in the last few years. We have the CBO for that. You know, those things have come up there, and my feedback from my constituents and from people, you know, people around the city is that sometimes those have not risen to the level of the benefit that were expected. And I don't feel that some of the things that are the exceptions, you know, the 17 or so items, kind of rise to that level. So that also gives me pause. So it's like, you know, the PUD, you know, has a place here. I also see that without the PUD, you have a site plan that could move forward without those exceptions in some modified way. So I have to take that into account. And so I don't really have questions for you. I'm just letting my constituents know what I've been thinking about since we've been talking about this, and this has been on the books for a while. So, I have numerous concerns about the timeline, some of those issues, and you know, that some of these things can't be answered, and I get that. So, but I'm, you know, in this position of weighing what looks like a great opportunity against accountability. And, you know, if we don't have time to review the agreement, then, you know, when does that come up, and how long do we have to do that? So, I'll stop talking. Sorry.
We are in the same position where we wish that these matters had been taken care of with respect to the lawsuit. That's why we made a concerted effort to try to resolve it before it got to that point. At the hearing yesterday, after I pushed and pushed and pushed the court, we were successful in moving the date that had been set for the jury trial to commence on December 8th, 2025. That's the date that the court has scheduled it. We pushed and pushed and pushed, and the judge told us that he will give us a bench trial on any Monday. We asked opposing counsel while he was in the room if they would consent to that, and we were told that we had to wait until we have our settlement conference on the 23rd of this month. The settlement conference, by the way, also was scheduled for November 18th, 2025. And I pushed and pushed and pushed more because we have an interest in getting this resolved as expeditiously as possible. We have no desire for it to linger. With regard to the Trinity affidavit, we submitted a draft prior to the last city council meeting. And we indicated at that time that we had submitted the draft and that we wanted you all to get your eyes on it first, the city, and then we would have it executed. And we also mentioned that since we hadn't received any comments from the city, that we would have it executed, and we did. I appreciate that Mr. Barr hasn't had an opportunity to fully review it, but you had a draft.
So is it, sorry to interrupt, but is it essentially that draft?
It's essentially that draft.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Trinity's legal counsel had a few revisions, but it is essentially that draft. Yes. With regard to the PUD agreement and the master deed, I know that the master deed has been under review by Mr. Barr now for probably about a month and a half or so. And so it is our expectation, and I've mentioned before that I've been in-house at the City of Detroit Law Department, but it's our expectation that we will continue working with Mr. Barr to get the final draft prepared and to make any additional modifications that the city requests. From the time that the commission approved the project, several of the conditions that otherwise would have been reflected in a PUD agreement have been modified And I saw in the materials, and Mr. Barr and I had spoken about it a few weeks ago, there were some requirements that after he'd done some legal research just were not requirements anymore. And so that's the type of thing that we would otherwise have put in a PUD, and we didn't want to waste your time. It really is the opposite, that because I know what it's like to review agreements and then have them subsequently amended ad nauseum. We didn't want to be in a situation where we were doing that. And so now, since we have more definitive answers and we have our arms around what the city is actually going to require, the PUD is reflective of that.
Member King?
I just want to say thank you for explaining those things to us. I do appreciate it. I do want to touch on one thing just because it was brought up. Your address, I know that has come up in the past a lot, and I don't want us to stay there and be stuck on that, because if you are from Ypsilanti or have lived in Ypsilanti, we know that some addresses in Pittsfield Township are Ypsilanti addresses, but I don't think that's somewhere we need to stay stuck. I am excited about this project, and I look forward for it to come forward.
Thank you. It looked, Councilmember McLean, do you have your hand up again, or was that from before?
Sorry, that was just from before, so
Okay.
I'm
All
fine,
right.
thanks.
All right, further questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
I guess I have questions about process, for staff and Mr. Barr. In the event that, the PUD, does not pass, the alternative path forward is, a site plan as previously submitted with somehow meeting the exceptions that are currently in the PUD. Is that correct?
I'm not sure that I understand the question, but with the POD, the normal process would be that I would look at it and either sign off or not. If I don't sign off, then there's a question of how do we fix that? And we work that out until it is signed off.
You're talking about the PUD agreement. Well, I'm talking about this tonight. If this doesn't pass, what alternative path forward is there for this project?
It would have to be a reapplication, basically,
Reapplication for a
for a
site plan
for a
review?
PUD and site condominium. As seen before, when they initially were, when the developer was wanting to go through the site condominium only, what they were proposing just did not work per the zoning ordinance, which is why they need to go the PUD route. But if council decides to deny the PUD, today, they can reapply for the PUD process, again.
One other opportunity, and it's been quite used in the past, is to approve it subject to approval. Approve the agreement subject to the approval of the city attorney. Then that allows minor details to be worked out.
And so on top of the exceptions in the PUD and the fact that that's already part of the motion, is that that be contingent on all of those things being approved, which would be under your review, but you're saying that additional, so you're saying that the PUD, we pass, but it gets complicated. There's two different things, right? There's the PUD and the agreement that we're now seeing, well, we haven't seen, but is now up for review. So if we say yes, we could make that contingent on you, on your review of the agreement
Yes.
itself. And I thought that we had already put that into play at the last meeting, right?
I mean, I can read it directly. It says the PUD agreement shall be reviewed and approved by city council prior to engineering and building permit review. The PUD agreement may also specify terms and details related to performance, logistical, and administrative items, including but not limited to performance guarantees, waste management, changes in the site or uses, construction staging, project completion timelines, items documented on the site plans themselves, and approval requirements for city departments.
Two. All the exceptions and all of that has to be done before permits will be issued, well, the easement has to be resolved before permits can be issued, right?
Correct. Yep.
Does that answer your question?
It does. I thought there was another option since the site plan had already been, it could be revised, but that would require another application and all that. And that's a long, lengthy process. I get
All right, Mr. Scott, I saw you had something you want to say. Go ahead.
So I just want to say on the subject of the approval versus the non, if it doesn't move forward tonight, I think what we've reiterated is the challenge that we have from the financing perspective is that with the 2.6 million that we have in funding from MEDC, at this point it's at risk if we don't move forward with a PUD approval tonight. And as much as I would love to continue to move forward with a project, we just won't have one. And I think that's just the reality of it. From my perspective, we're willing to take the risk. We don't want an approval that has conditions. Typically, a developer wants a clear approval without conditions before we start spending an exorbitant amount of money. What we've said is because we know that there's the critical 2.6 million that's at risk, we're willing to take on that risk. To quantify what that looks like, we're already 300,000+ into pre-development with drawings, engineering, and the likes to get to this point. That's not a small capital outlay. I have 9 kids at home. I got a lot of things I could think of to do with that. But from this point, with this approval, that spend goes up even more for another 400,000 in design and engineering spend. So the level of risk that, when we stated that we're willing to take on a risk of understanding that we have to resolve both the legal issue and some of these other conditions, that doesn't come without cost or expense to us that we also have to weigh. My commitment to the city is that we're going to try it, we're going to run with it until the wheels fall off. Hopefully the wheels don't fall off. So our goal is to continue to move it. So what I'm asking is that you will consider approving it and moving it forward with those conditions, knowing that we're taking on a risk, and we know that we're asking you also to make a decision to move forward in this, but in the effort that we're all going to work in good faith to get to the best solution for the good of the city in this project.
Further questions or discussion from council? All right. Seeing none, Clerk Boudreaux. Wait a minute. Sorry, I did this already before. So it currently does not state pending attorney approval of the agreement. Or am I? I'm sorry. City manager.
It's the
That's what the resolution does not. Okay.
Yes, you could add that, but it also requires that all the all the items are taken care of before the PUD takes effect. Correct, Josh?
Yeah, correct.
Oh, sorry to make you come back.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so I just want we all understand that piece. The PUD agreement approval in the current language does not say pending the attorney's approval, but in the documents we have before us already, it's all the conditions have to be met and yada, yada, all the jargon that we, okay. All right.
Where is what page is the resolution?
It is the first.
26.
Oh, are you in Civic Plus or you're on the regular
Just the
thing?
full packet.
Okay, okay. And I say that because we said a lot of things and I want to make sure we know what we're voting on before we do it.
So, quick question. So I guess the question is, do we add that? Do we as a council feel better adding that before the vote?
So I'm bringing that up because I do feel more comfortable, but I am not able to make any motions. Mayor Pro Tem.
I would move to amend the resolution to include
Support.
language that requires the approval of the PUD agreement by two things. I'm going to add to this: by our attorney and by council.
Oh, okay.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Discussion on the amendment. I think we all know kind of what's happening here now. Okay. So Clerk Boudreaux, can you please call the roll on the amendment?
Prior to doing that, are we review of council or
Approval.
Approval, okay.
Approval by council. Of council.
Mhm.
So what sounds better? I'm just wondering, approval or, because it's attorney's bar job really to approve it, correct?
That's in there too. So Attorney
Okay,
Barr,
but we need to approve it as well?
that's what the mayor pro tem's asking.
I'm not asking, I'm saying.
That's what he's
I
saying.
want to
He
see
wants-
this
yeah,
and
but
approve
yeah.
it before it moves forward.
Right, that'd be a vote.
If I may add, I would also suggest any site condominium requirements should also be reviewed and approved by the city attorney. So condition number 4, all conditions of site condominium approval shall be satisfied. Something should be added like shall be reviewed and approved by the city attorney.
You could just do all matters subject to the approval of the city attorney, and then with the contingency that requires that the development agreement come back to city council for final review and approval.
The language in the last paragraph where it says, with conditions as recommended in the request for legislation memo and second final is what you just listed.
Mhm.
One of those conditions.
Yes.
Okay, so that.
So it's in there.
That language should take care of that. Unless we want to be explicit.
Councilmember King.
And I guess I'm just wondering if we can have some conversation about what Mayor Pro Tem just put forward about us approving it, even though we know Attorney Barr is the one who was going to approve it. What does the rest of council feel and think? I personally am comfortable with Attorney Barr approving it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
My take on it is, this is an unknown, and if this had been submitted with the material, I would have reviewed it. I would have known what was in it. I would have known the language and what the proposed solutions were. And not having that in front of me, I would like to see it again. We are free to make that call. It's not that Mr. Barr is supposed to and we're not supposed to. It's like we can determine that. That's our jobs.
I completely understand. I just wanted to hear feedback from the rest of council.
Okay, I'll jump right in there. I think that, we've had several conversations about things not being presented to us for us to review before making decisions, and it has blown up in our faces often. And so while I didn't think about that part when Mayor Pro Tem, before he said it, I do agree that we should review it, because if we had had it before today, it would have been in the packet for us to review with the rest of the materials, which is it's our job, right? To review and to know what we are sending to our legal counsel to review and then give us feedback on. So I do support that. I don't think that, again, I am no legal expert, so I'm going to lean on Mr. Barr to be the person to give us feedback around if it's appropriate or not. But it is our role to know what's in it so that we can articulate that to the community and share that information out, and also ask questions that are pertinent to the development if necessary. So I support that.
And so I guess my question was, I understand that it's our role to review, but I think he also said approve.
Yeah, we would be approving it tonight if it were in the packet. That would be a part of our approval, but
Okay.
we don't have that opportunity right now because it's not in the packet. So we would be approving it today if it were here. Other feedback from folks? Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, I'm on board. I would like for it to be reviewed and approved. I think for several reasons, but one, that it makes it public facing, so that it can be put in the packet and easily accessible for everyone, not just this body to see. So.
Sure. Anything to add?
Oh, I agree for all the reasons stated. Transparency, double checking to make sure everything is good, that we know what we're voting on and what not, all that. I agree with all of that.
Further discussion on the amendment on the floor? Clerk Boudreaux, please call the roll on the amendment.
Councilmember McLean, sorry, absent. Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
and Councilmember Simmons is also absent. So the motion carries.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, we are back to our amended resolution before us. Is there further questions or discussion before we call the roll? Okay. Please call the roll, Clerk Boudreaux.
Approving the PUD as amended. Councilmember Simmons is absent, as well as Councilmember McLean. Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Pass.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
No.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Doesn't really matter because it's not going to pass, right? Yes.
Yes makes 4.
Yeah, that does.
Wait a minute.
Will it pass?
It will pass.
You said yes. You said yes. You said
Oh,
yes. I did say yes. All right. I might have miscounted. My bad.
But were you saying, okay, well, I know.
Takes 4. Mhm.
Passes.
All right. Okie dokie, karaoke. All right. Thank you. Okay. Councilmember King, you have our next resolution.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti was approached by Fed Up Ministries to provide funding for their operations. And whereas the City of Ypsilanti realizes that Fed Up Ministries provide needed services for a vulnerable population in the city. Now therefore it be resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council directs the mayor and city clerk to enter an agreement with Fed Up Ministries and provide funding for operations. I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember
Can
Tucson.
you pass that down, please?
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Questions, discussion. We've been here before, multiple times. Councilmember Sweet.
My question is more directed towards just a question about the contract pipe from bar.
Go ahead.
Is there anything in here that is, I'll say, abnormal or different that wouldn't be included in any other city contract or agreement that we should know about?
I didn't take another look at the agreement this afternoon, but I think the number has to be filled in. Is it $50,000 in the contract?
Page is this on in our packet. I'm like,
There's a blank for the amount.
So that should be determined. And then I also cited the law that allows you to do this. This is funding a proposal like this is not within the general confines of the city of Ypsilanti. It's not roads, streets, public safety, things like that. But there is a provision in the law that I've cited in the contract that would allow you to do this.
Okay.
That answers my question, yes.
I have a question about number 9. Venue. This contract is to be performed in Washtenaw County, Michigan, and all legal venues shall exclusively lie therein. Is there a reason that it says Washtenaw and not Ypsilanti?
Yes, because the venue is in the county.
Okay.
The courts are in the county that cover the county. That's the reason.
Thank you. Other questions, discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
is our colleague online, still online?
McLean?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm looking at the contract. I just want to say that I am really want to see Fed Up where they are and doing the work they do. You know, I think there's a theme here tonight in terms of good projects that have had for lack of a better word, technical difficulties, bureaucracy, call it what you want. And this fits into that as well. So, you know, this is like great idea to have, you know, this come forward. The anomalies are that, you know, there wasn't a request for proposals for this. So in that process, there would have been scope of work defined and all of that. And your proposal attempts to answer those questions without it being out there, right? So I appreciate that. some of the concerns were the accountability, and this contract leaves some space for that in terms of the reporting. And I've thought about, what the period of that was. This proposal is 5 months. And so the budget that is there is for 5 months. It's not for a year of services. That's 5 months. And I have no idea what it costs to provide those services. There's overhead, there's money, there's food, as pointed out by Ms. Haglund. Fresher food is better, and that's going to cost you more. So I'm not sure how you arrange to get your food and what that looks like, but that's why we're having you do it, so we don't have to figure those things out, right? So with some of these things going to the proposal, I'm looking at this budget of $188,000, $190,000 for a 5-month program, and if we annualize that, that's $400,000 for this program. With some of these things, the food costs are 21,000. The one of the things I look at is the overhead costs. Anytime I make donations, and there's ways to do that. Looking at the $21,000 for the food purchases, isn't really a fair way to assess that, and saying anything above that is overhead. So that doesn't fit into that calculation that some organizations do for these kinds of things, because the benefit here isn't just the food. The benefit is the showers. The benefit is the community. The benefit is, creating safe spaces. And so that goes outside of that $20,000. The salary here for Pastor Anna, for five months, from this is $25,000, is $20,000. Projecting that out at an annualized rate, that would be close to $100,000 salary. I'm not sure how accurate that is for you, or whether beyond the scope of this, there's that money. But that's something I think about when I look at these things, is like, where does that come from? Given Council Member McLean's recent amendments to the city budget, in terms of how we creatively budget FTEs that aren't, hired and things like that. That's something I think about in terms of your salary, because my wife runs a nonprofit, right? She's an executive director of a nonprofit, and she doesn't pay herself enough. I'll just say that. So it's really hard in the nonprofit world to do that. So, seeing this here, I'm going like, yeah, somebody's getting paid for the good work they do. So that's all right. But I do, it's like, how does this affect how we move forward with this? So this program is June to October. We're asking for $50,000. That's basically $10,000 a month going to this project. And that's a serious amount of cash. And with that, I need to see the accountability. When I first started looking at this, thinking this was a longer term, I was like, quarterly reports, but with that, if it's 5 months, I know what I have to report for my budget of work, and that's a monthly thing. So, looking at this, I would like to see that be a monthly accounting for your own books. I'm sure you have that already, so that shouldn't be a huge ask for that. The thing that the accountability is the issue for me, and so if we word this, put the right answers in these blanks, then I think we can achieve some of that. It will never rise to the level of an RFP with the respondents and things like that. And we're not there. We didn't do it. It is what it is. And in the past, we've given this money to county programs where they're accountable, but I never saw those reviews either. So I don't know how that money got spent there. So that's a question. I need to pay attention to that. So I would propose, or I can let other council speak, and I can make my proposal later.
Yeah. So you want to wait?
I'll wait for motions. I give other people a chance.
All right. Other members of council? Discussion. Councilmember
So
King.
I am excited about Fed Up being downtown Ypsilanti. We know, and we have heard from residents, business owners, and I'm excited about the different things that are happening down there. During the Juneteenth celebration, I was able to stop over there and speak to a few people. And even hearing the young man that spoke tonight, I can't remember what his name was. I am just glad we have something in place now that we did not last year that is helping the community in a way that we could not before. So I support Fed Up Ministries, and I'm ready to say yes to the vote of $50,000.
Yeah,
Other council, Councilmember Two.
I would also like to speak towards my support of Fed Up Ministries. I work right there on Washington Street at Home Sweet Home Care. And oftentimes I can look right out our front window and see right there into the transit center parking lot and see the Fed Up Ministries truck right there. Alongside participating at a lot of the community events right there in Park Ridge, namely the balling in the park over there at Park Ridge Park, the basketball court. It was one specific time that I remember going there, excuse me, and Fed Up had the truck right there, and my niece and her dad, my brother, were there. And my niece came up and said, "I'm hungry, Uncle. Like, what you want to eat?" And she was like, "Well, there's the food truck right there." I was like, "All right, let's go to Fed Up." We went up there. That being my first time ever even interacting with the Fed Up truck. I've interacted with the people. But going to the Fed Up truck to receive food, I didn't know whether I had to pay or not, which they quickly informed me that no, I didn't have to pay. But donations are always accepted, and I did donate, and the food was good. So yeah, I do want to support Fed Up Ministries in whatever way um the council sees fit, whether it's the full 50 or whether it's another amount, but I do want to express my support towards Fed Up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean, I see you, I think your hand is up for this.
It is. Thank you. Good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to say a few things. Some of them dovetail in the issues raised by President Pro Tem Wilcoxon. But first of all, before I make my own comments, some observations. First, congratulations to really a groundswell of support. Bringing out people to share their concern about an issue that is there's clearly a need for. And I sometimes think some of my pauses on spending money get misconstrued as not being concerned or not recognizing need, and I think that's not the case. So I hear your concerns. I am not unmoved, and I think it's in order that we provide some support. I would say, however, a couple of things that were said by those supporting this appropriation left me a little bit concerned. And one is that there were comments, I think the dollars were referred to as couch cushion money, or that this is maybe a drop in the bucket. And I would really urge those who may be thinking along those lines to think again. If we treat our budget, and we are not a rich city, and if we treat our budget like these are couch cushion dollars, we're going to find ourselves in a boat 3 years from now where we don't have money for the police or for social services. And none of us want to be there. I think anybody that spoke from the audience doesn't want to be there. My council member colleagues don't want to be there. If anything, we're interested in more revenues, not less revenues. And so we've got to be public stewards. So I would really argue that while, Pastor, you may not have been happy that the money was not forthcoming after the last discussion, I would suggest, in the spirit of reconciliation, that you should be happy that we on council are not quick to spend money really on anything. That we want to be thoughtful about it. That we want to have the accountability that Councilmember Wilcoxon spoke about. So I think that's if you look for a silver lining, look for the positivity there. That's how I think maybe you should interpret our pause last time, and maybe sometimes us saying maybe or not yet, you mistook that for no. And I think if I sense the council's direction tonight, you're going to find out that in fact it wasn't no, it was just 2 weeks ago, not yet. One other area that is of concern to me in this conversation is I really, really, really hope that we as a community can get beyond pitting the police against social services. There was some reference to we spent this or that on the police, and that we should be instead spending it on this. I would argue, again respectfully, that we need both. We need a police department that does good work, that represents the community, that serves the community, that serves the vulnerable. And I want to give Chief Moore a chance to do just that. It should not be social services against the police. It should be good policing and good social service providers. So with that, I would say I don't get to vote, but I am supportive of moving forward with this. And I hope that perhaps we do address some of these accountability issues and clarity about the programming and monitor the programming. And because I think if it goes well, we're going to be back talking about further funds later, perhaps next year, next budget's conversation. And let's use the time that we've got between now and then to be productive about the conversation, so that we perhaps don't have to say not yet or maybe quite so long next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Well, first I'll say, I know that FedUp is filling I think large is an understatement, right? Gap in services in downtown, and I've heard positive feedback from both business owners and people that frequent downtown about those services being visibly noticed and visibly increased. In regards to this contract and this dollar amount, can we incorporate in here some sort of like a reporting mechanism where at the end of this term that FedUp can come back and say, here's how we spent these dollars, this is what we were able to accomplish, what we did, what we'd like to do more of, just so we can get not for just council, but for the public also as well, to see kind of what there collectively are tax dollars, that $50,000, if approved tonight, was put towards, what came out of it, what's next. One, so we get a recap, and two, so it doesn't kind of fall off the radar as well. I think that'd be something important to have at kind of the end of this, if you will.
Make a motion to
I'd like to then make a motion to add a presentation after the conclusion of this contract from FedUp to council in regards to how their services were rendered and what the funding was allocated and spent towards. Support.
Moved and supported. Discussion on the motion. Mayor Pro Tem?
I think this is a great idea. The number of grants that I've worked on, and the reporting in mid-cycle, along with the presentation at the end. Usually that was for me aimed at getting more funding. So I think that's a good way to wrap it up and look at the KPIs. You presented information about how many people are serviced on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, things like that. You've got that stuff down. So I don't think this is like an imposition on anybody. I think it's part of doing business. And part of your mission in terms of letting people know what a great job you do, right? So,
Thank you. Other comments on the amendment? Councilmember King?
I guess I would say if we have to do this to get it passed, I'll definitely say yes. And I'm sure FedUp will not have a problem with doing that, because they have come and gave us background and information on what they have did and what they wanted to do before they even came with this proposal. So I would say, yes, I support it.
All right. Further discussion, anything? I just want to name here that the contract is currently blank for the term of the contract, so we'll have to address that unless that's gonna come from the proposal that was sent to us, Mr. Barr.
No, I think I left a blank in the contract for the amount. And then I also left some blanks as far as reporting.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see those things filled in.
Filled in,
In addition to council member Sweet recommendation.
Got it. All right, so we need to fill some other blanks, y'all.
Can we vote on this amendment?
Yeah. I just want to name that because you said at the conclusion, but we don't have a conclusion
Right.
because it's not in the contract. So please,
Yes.
please call the roll on the amendment.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons is absent, as well as McLean, Councilmember King,
Yes.
and carries.
Okay, so I just want to go over where we have blanks. Oh, city manager.
I just have a quick question for Fed Up. Just in terms of space rental, it lists $5,500 for CFLC plus Growing Hope. What amount of that goes to Growing Hope?
So our rent with Growing Hope is $600 a month. However, we've been back and forth between the kitchen at the Community Family Life Center in Ypsi Township, and now we're actually using more space now that Bear Bakes is out on Washington Street on their own. They have more space in their big kitchen, in the incubator kitchen, so that we will be taking up maker space. So that number will probably increase with the hours that we use, especially when it's so hot. Having our team on the food truck when there's no air conditioning in it just doesn't make sense when there's a kitchen right there. Can I please also just speak to my salary comment on the record just for a moment? Is that please okay? All right, like I can send you this package. I'm paid like a pastor, not like a CEO or nonprofit director. So for 3 to 4 years of service, the minimum guidelines for our Synod office, which you guys met my boss in the bishop's office, is $45,000 a year. And then I get a housing allowance, which is anywhere between 15 and 30,000 based on where we live. And it's calculated all in this document. And that's what I get paid. And then as a clergy person, I'm self-employed. So all of my SECA and all that stuff is like paid. I pay like $12,000 a year in taxes on top of that, which comes out of all of this stuff that I get paid. So it's nowhere near $100,000 a year, but just wanted to be sure, since I have many staff in here who are like, why are you getting paid that? I'm getting,
That's right.
Anyway,
Yeah.
no, not happening right now. That's super unjust, not happening. But it is, I mean, I do have a master's degree, but it's still not what I would be if I was in a different type of nonprofit setting. Could I also suggest that potentially the end of the term be October? Because in the winter months, we actually kind of buddy up with the Daytime Warming Center, wherever that's going to be. And so this programming will probably not be operational in the same way in the winter because we kind of hibernate. And so maybe our presentation could be in like November when the Daytime Warming Center begins. And that's kind of our experiment. We wanted to do this experiment this summer. We've done a month of it, all of the month of June. So you guys got to see how a month worked, and hopefully the next couple of warmer months are going to go that way as well. But my suggestion might be September, October, somewhere around there.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Can I just comment? I was married to minister. I get how all that works. I've been through that tax kerfuffle, let's say. But I asked the question because I knew somebody else was going to, so I just get out there. All right.
No. Let me vote on that. Okay. Okay.
So we're now filling in
Yeah,
blanks,
I
right?
was going through that's what I was doing. The blanks. So
Can I ask one more question?
yeah.
So do you estimate that this ask will come every 5 months? Is it going to come annually? Is the city going to be?
I have every intention of asking the Board of Commissioners for the county to invest in us the way that they invest in the Food Gatherers Kitchen and the Delonis Shelter, because they offer these services in Ann Arbor. But if I can get the city of Ypsi to buy in, I am confident I can get the Board of Commissioners to buy in. But I think if we can all work together, then that's where our bigger ask is going to be as we expand this program. And we're probably not going to be in the tiny old bank building for forever, but we do want to be in this community continuing to do the same types of services. So in the grand scheme of things, we'd love to have our own commercial kitchen attached to a building, whether that's renting or purchasing a space somewhere down here, or a church that might, you know, also let us be housed there eventually with a kitchen. So I don't know what the ask will look like next summer, but at this moment in time, I don't plan on asking for another $50,000. So I just want to see how it goes, have more conversations. And oh, this reminds me, can I please just make one other comment about the comment on screen? So I have not said anything adversarial, I think, to the police department. But I do know some of our folks don't necessarily, you know, have the same relationship that I do with Chief Moore. But I will say that the library is struggling with getting a response to do some of the presence that is needed, right? So,
Okay, I'm gonna respond.
yeah, no, please do, please do,
Yeah,
because that's what I heard from the person that called me, right? And I'll go on record saying when we are not occupying our space and our partners at Care Based Safety aren't, and Growing Hope is not occupying the safe, like I've encouraged Chief Moore to be present, because I don't want what happened last summer to happen. I have not, I said, we do not ever want anyone arrested. We don't ever want, but that our rule is that people can't sleep here when we're not here. Like we have that posted everywhere. Please don't sleep here. Do people occasionally sleep there? Yes. And at 6 a.m., am I waking them up to help them move along? Yes. Right. And sometimes I don't, if it's pouring down rain, where I'm like, oh, they're going to sleep here. But otherwise, like we're trying to maintain a safe environment. But what I've heard from the library is that they are not getting very much of a response when they're asking for help and support. But this money could help us support them in the way that we are doing, using our space without the police presence, because the police do not come by when we are in programming. And that's the way that I would like to keep it, just because it makes our people feel safer without having that. So it's not that I don't think we're trying to not, we're not saying that we can't coexist right now. We're just saying that we've got it under control while we're in operation. And that's kind of, we don't need to. Anyway, thank you. That's all.
I appreciate it.
Can you tell? Yeah, what were you
So
gonna
yeah,
say?
what I was gonna say, because I don't want us to deviate too far from what we're talking about, but I do want to respond to that, because as soon as you called me today, I did my follow-up. I was like, give me a second. Two things. I can concur that the chief feels the same way about his relationship with you, that you all have been communicating very well, and I'm so happy to hear that. The second, there has been a lot of communication with the library, actually, and the person in leadership above the person we were talking about, which I won't name. And in particular, there are targeted times that our officers have gone to that space, and it's being tracked in our acronym soup, whatever that they use. But there is data to show when they are there, and it's not during the times that you all are out, but that has been deployed. And so I do think that information maybe sometimes gets, the chain up and down is not always as clean, right? But there has been a concerted effort to work collaboratively between the library and our police department, and I actually saw documentation to that after I spoke to you today.
Interesting. Yeah.
Mayor,
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd like to move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Oh my God, it's 10:07. All right, there's been a motion.
Support.
Support. All right, all in favor of extending to 11 p.m.?
Aye.
What? Okay, I'm sorry, tonight has blown. Okay, the second thing I'm gonna say, so we can try to move this along, because I think we're all on the same page in terms of supporting Fed Up. My question is more to my colleagues on council. When I brought up the idea of expending only the 25,000 in the last meeting, I want to be very clear, it was because we only had 50,000 in the housing trust, and there is data to show that we have been supporting barrier busters, and barrier busters funding depletes very quickly. And I've actually went back, because I keep hearing that folks have not received data, but I went in my email and I pulled data that they have provided to us about a series of seasons of funds that have been expended specifically for the city of Ypsilanti, and how many total requests and how much money was spent. And other than one time that I can find, it's been upwards of $26,000, one time $57,000, and this is in 3-month time spans. And so I just want to make sure that we are committed to what we said, that if we expend this 50,000, that we are committed to putting more money into the trust, because that is also preventative in supporting folks to stay housed, supporting people in getting their utilities paid, supporting folks with insecurity is one thing, but housing we know is important too. And that has been our way. And the city has leaned heavily on, our residents has leaned heavily on barrier busters. And I don't want it to be like we're choosing one over the other because they're both equally important. So we have to make, for me, I just want consensus around a commitment to support barrier busters because that has, our constituents have leaned heavily on those services for many, many years. And we've been putting money into it for many years. And my hope is that we will continue to do that. Mayor Pro Tem.
My comment wasn't so much that they hadn't provided that, as just I hadn't been paying attention to it.
Oh, sorry.
And so, no, I can understand it. It was, the way I phrased it was, that was a reasonable thing. So I agree that Barrier Busters has been a benefit to the people in our community. And so I would be committed. We had this conversation last time about, it's like, well, if we don't spend it by, the last meeting, then we lose that money. It's like, well, it's accounting. It's not that the money exists or doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's just how we allocate that. So,
But if we expend the 50,000 because we're in a new budget, a fiscal year,
right.
Remember that we have all these new rules in place that are also required to move money. That's over $10,000, I want to say, I think was the number, in the future. So I just wanted to keep that in mind for the body that I'll be very disappointed if we don't honor that commitment because I've seen what it does, right? And we've done it for years. And I think it's important for us to continue doing that in the way that we have supported the county. Yes.
And if I could clarify, when I first mentioned that we lose this money, it was coming out of a different fund, and that fund, it carries over. So I misspoke during the last meeting, and this funding will carry over.
Oh, well, thank you so much. So it's already there. Never mind.
Woo!
Because I'm gonna
Makes it easy.
I'm gonna bring forward my money for barrier busters real soon. So okay, wonderful. Anything else from council? So we need to fill the blanks.
Fill the blanks. I would move. So let's see. Now it's July. End of July is 1 month. If we make this go to the end of October, that's July, August. I know my months. I do.
Yeah. Okay.
September and October. So that's 4 months. With the 5th would have been June. So I would propose that we, under number 3 in the contract funding amount, city will provide the pay contractor funding in total of $50,000, payable $10,000 on signing of this contract, and $10,000 monthly, and the remaining to be distributed evenly through the remaining months of the contract at the end of October.
Okay.
That way I don't have to do the math for everybody on the spot.
Thank you. Because all right. So there's a motion. So 50,000, 10,000 on signing, equal parts to the remainder of till what month is that? October.
Until October, and then the term of the contract would be the last date of
Okay. October 31st, Halloween.
Support.
Been moved and supported.
Sorry,
I was gonna say.
I support. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Tucson, Mayor Pro Tem moved. I'm sorry, I stopped doing that. And Councilmember Tucson has supported. Do folks, you got it? Everybody understands what we're voting on here? All right, so let's vote on the amendment, please.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons is absent, as is Councilmember McLean. Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we have an amended agreement.
With the blank.
Another blank?
Yeah, on number 6, accounting.
Oh, haha. Okay, another blank. Contract applies city written detail accounting and reports expansion. Oh, we need a date after the close of the October 31st.
Well, I had alluded to earlier, if I may.
Please.
Okay, that monthly accounting would be good for such a short-term contract of this magnitude for us. And we've already amended for the presentation at the end of the term. So when the money comes forward, we get accounting as a typical arrangement for each month.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
All right, it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem that there'll be monthly accounting
Or
for the expended funds. The support by Councilmember Tucson. Is there discussion on accounting? All right. As soon as you're done writing, seeing none, clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Amendment carries.
Thank you. Okay. Are there more blanks? Mayor Pro Tem?
There's not a blank, but I would like to add another amendment if I could.
Do your thing.
That with that accounting, that we get a report of the KPIs. That we get a report of the KPIs along with the accountant. So we know how much money they spent, that's one thing, but how did it get spent? And you already have that, so I just.
Do we have to? Okay, go ahead. There's a motion.
Support.
It's been supported. Do we know what we're voting on? Clerk Boudreaux does not. Okay, just that there's the data to go along with the accounting.
Adding
The
KPI
KPIs,
data
yes.
to go along with the monthly.
Monthly accounting. Yep.
Okay, now I'm on board. Thank you.
All right. If there's no discussion, please call the roll when you are available.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
All right, wonderful. Mr. Barr.
thank you, Your Honor. I don't set policy, but I'd like to agree with Councilmember McLean that there might be a misconception that the city has a big bag of money someplace that they can just draw out of. In the years that I've represented the city, find that the city has always had tight budgets, and the council has to look very studiously at any expenditure. And $50,000 is a big expenditure for the city of Ypsilanti.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. And I would just like to echo his sentiment to those who may not be aware of the struggles that we do have and the really hard decisions that this council and other iterations of this council have had to make. So this is no small decision. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd just like to comment on the continuous tabling. I only know that this was postponed once to get to a contract, so I just want to say, this was not a tactic to just kick the can down the road. This was just to get this in place and to move forward with it.
Yeah, the first one was the discussion. The second time was the table for the contract, just to clarify. All right.
I would just add, we know that when stuff like this comes up, all kind of untruths are out there. So thank you guys for clearing them up.
All right, wonderful. All right, we have an amended contract with lots of things. Does everybody know what they're voting on? All righty, please call the roll, please. Okay.
Fed up contract with 4 amendments sticking at $50,000.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
It's about teal ribbons, right?
Listen, man.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Honestly, that was kind of fun at the end. It was great. All right, so okay, congratulations. Thank you. Yes. I'm so glad. Councilmember Sweet. Thank you. You have our next resolution.
Resolution number 2024-156, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti. Whereas the City of Ypsilanti and the Ypsilanti Downtown Development Authority have held an administrative services agreement to provide staffing for the DDA. And whereas the DDA wishes to have complete control of the DDA director, which has been agreed upon by the city, and whereas the previous agreement provided for administrative assistance to the DDA by city employees, and whereas the function of the current administrative services contract is no longer relevant on services provided by the city to the DDA, and whereas the city and the DDA have negotiated splitting the costs of an FTE with the DDA being invoiced annually for this service. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council directs the mayor and city clerk to enter an administrative services contract for 24 months for the Community and Economic Development Department to be employed by the Ypsilanti DDA as the executive director and administrative services. And I so move.
Been moved by Councilmember Sweet, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. City Manager.
So this first of all, Mayor Pro Tem brought this up to me earlier, that the not now therefore be it resolved is not exactly clear. It really should just be the Ypsilanti City Council directs the mayor and city clerk to enter into an administrative service contract for 24 months with the DDA to provide administrative services for both the Community Services Department and the Ypsilanti DDA.
And I move to amend the resolution with the language he just read.
All right, it's been moved and is it supported?
Support.
All right.
Friendly amendment? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, friendly?
Friendly.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
And this is something that has been budgeted, discussed, and this would just codify that agreement between the two entities. The position has been posted. I believe there have been 10 applicants, and we hope to have this person in place shortly after this agreement is signed.
What I will just add is that I, of course, attend the DDA meetings. This has been reviewed and discussed by the DDA board. And so they're ready to move forward as well. Any further questions or discussion on this? Councilmember Sweet. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
I've been talking a lot. Go for it,
One, I'm excited about this. I'm glad to see the DDA get more staff support in the city as well. Just for clarification, I think I know the answer, but I'm a little confused a little bit. So this person will be a city employee that is we are permitting to contract with the DDA for use of their time.
So yes, this is a contract essentially between the city and the DDA. This employee will be employed as a City of Ypsilanti FTE. However, this contract will allow us to invoice the DDA for half the cost of salary and then benefits.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I just wanted to comment. I think this is a great turnaround from the way this used to be. I like that Elise is the DDA director is employed by the DDA, and that is not a shared thing. I think this goes a long way to resolve a lot of the conflict of interest that we've seen in the past. So I applaud City Manager Holinga and anyone else who is involved in negotiating this to get this there. I also understand that this gives the city accurate accounting of what the cost of these services are, because in the past that has been I think underestimated in terms of what was budgeted for this, and so I'm happy to see that come to pass. I think this is a nice arrangement in terms of sharing the cost of that we get a benefit from this person and they get a benefit. And I think all the checks and balances are in place that I would want to see in this.
Thank you. Further comments or questions from council? Seeing none, Clerk Boutreau, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
motion carries.
So much. Mayor Pro Tem, you have our next resolution. Rhode Island.
Resolution number 2024-157, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the city was awarded a Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund grant for the planned accessibility work at Frog Island, and whereas the timeline has changed since the initial award, and whereas the Department of Natural Resources has presented a project amendment agreement to extend the timeline, now therefore be it resolved that the city of Ypsilanti that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the project agreement amendment and authorizes the city manager to sign, and I so move.
Support. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, supported by Councilmember King. Hello. Oh, good call. It's been a while.
I'm just here if you have questions.
All right, what questions do you have for Director Wessler? Feel like I put the right.
Put some respect.
Yeah, put some respect on your name. Any?
Oh.
Councilmember Sweet.
We feel like this year extension gives us enough time to complete, or, okay.
We'll definitely make progress in between now and then.
It has to be done by this date or commenced?
Has to be substantially complete by then.
Okay.
So we anticipate will be at least enough underway to get another.
Substantial completion. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? Did you have your hand up?
I did. Sorry, I blanked on what I was gonna say.
All right,
But
further questions or comments from council?
I guess it was just a comment that it's nice to see that they gave an extension.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes these things take much longer than anticipated. And having seen a number of things from the DNR where they have graciously extended these things, I'm glad they agreed to do it this.
DNR's been great to work with.
Anything further from council? Thank you, Bonnie. Clerk Pujol, please call the roll.
Councilmember,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson, you have the resolution for the appointment.
Yeah, resolution number 2024-153A, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following resident be appointed to the City of Ypsilanti boards and commissions as indicated below. Chuck Boltman to the Historic District Commission, and I so move.
Support.
Been moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, I know you have some comments to make.
Councilmember McLean brought this forward. Chuck has been here many times. He's been very helpful with a lot of architectural issues, from Penn Dam to DPS yard, things like that. The reason I brought this out of the consent decree was when in the application, Chuck had mentioned that he was interested in the planning commission, the HDC, and in the DBO, dangerous buildings officer position. And so I've had a lot of conversations with Chuck over the weekend, and he was here earlier, but I can appreciate why he's not here now. About what his preference was and what makes sense. I also had emails with the city manager Holinga and Attorney Barr regarding any conflict of interest for this, and Chuck filling two different roles and what the burden would be in terms of the caseload for the DBO and, work on the HDC. I think he's uniquely suited for the HDC. He is the first person I've seen that was interested in being the DBO, and we haven't had this for a while. So staff has raised concerns of having him in that role. I had a conversation with him yesterday and today about doing that. The conflict of interest that was in the email exchanged with Attorney Barr is basically if DBO forwards in the role of forwards, there's in the code, chapter 18, sections 222 and 223, it describes the powers and the limitations of the DBO. And so in that, DBO can refer cases that come before him to the HDC. And so if Chuck were to be on the HDC and do the referral, he would have to recuse himself from the HDC. And I had that conversation with him. He wrote an email that unfortunately I didn't share with everybody, but basically he's willing to do both of these things, which is a huge ask for somebody to do. But I think he's uniquely qualified and he's engaged, and so with this nomination, I'm willing to do that since he's willing to do the DBO as well. And I think I'll put forward another nomination for that because of the seriousness of the dangerous buildings that we have. And there's a backlog and there hasn't been anything there. So
my brain was doing it. I had put him forward for DBO, and then I found out you all had done HDC. So that's already forthcoming.
Okay.
Hopefully, I
Right.
think.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I'm like,
So the point here, we got this guy who's a super volunteer that's willing to do this and recuse himself if need be, and recognizing that the expertise he brings, those referrals would be a very measured action. And he expressed great trust in the rest of the HDC to be able to do the things that would be asked of them without him being part of that.
any questions from council about this? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
And this is just appointing him to the HDC.
Yes, currently.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
She stepped out.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Mayor Ford.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, because that would have been sad.
So can we bring that DBO?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Can we bring that nomination forward now for the DBO?
Can add it to the
If you
the
want,
agenda.
if you want to do, yeah,
Make a
you
motion.
can make a motion.
I move to add that nomination for Chuck to be the DBO officer to the agenda.
Support.
All right, it's been moved and supported. We've had some discussion already. Maybe you were listening and heard it. So thank you for being willing to serve in this capacity. And yeah, I had put that forward, but it didn't make it onto the agenda this time. So this is perfectly, I'm on board with this. So further discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember King is got 4 again. Motion.
All right. Thank you so much and welcome. It's totally fine. Totally
We
fine.
gave you the key to the city.
We did, didn't you know? All right.
They're old keys and they may not work, but
Our next resolution, Mayor Pro Tem, you have that?
I do. Resolution number 2024-159, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the attached fee schedule is adopted pursuant to the Ypsilanti City Code, and the following fees relating to various sections of the city code and activities of the city are hereby established, and the various city departments are authorized to charge and collect such fees effective immediately. And I so move.
Support.
Mayor Pro Tem, supported by Councilmember Sweet. Ain't too many of us to do it. There's that.
Hello, council. To kind of go through this relatively quickly because it's late, but also understanding we made a lot of updates to our fee schedule, most of which are based on the fact that our plan is by October 1st to be taking online payments for all of our permits from the building and planning department. And so the online payments come with a $3 fee from BSNA to accept those payments. So that's why you'll see a lot of $5 increases on a lot of these fees. We also tiered down our building permit fee when it gets to a larger permit. We have noticed that the much larger projects actually don't require as much permitting fees after going through a few of these projects. And so not too much, but tiered those down a little bit as it pertains to some of the very larger projects. And that's very common from every community in the state. So that's kind of the building permit fee upgrades. I also want to mention that DPS is working on a revamping of their fee schedule with some additional fees. Those are going to be separately. So in a couple of months, you might see a revision to this fee schedule. And that's based on DPS doing some work, figuring out exactly what their fees are going to be. Once again, when it comes to rentals, we just kind of upped it with to make sure we could collect the $3 fee. So we raised it about $5. Planning and development, we have up some of these fees. We have found that some of our big developments have taken up a whole lot more time than we had ever anticipated. And so once some of them have doubled, not all of them, we're still trying to be reasonable, but also recovering our fees. And so the planning fees have gone up. We've also clarified some of our additional meeting fees. We'll give you, with your application, 3 meetings for free. And then after that, there will be a $150 charge. And we've upped our PUD application fee just based on the fact that we know how much it actually costs us to do these application reviews. Sorry that this was cut up pretty roughly. But if you look at page we've also updated some of our building code fees and then also reduced some. So we looked at trash can fees, right? People get really upset when their trash cans get left out and there's a $50 fee. We've actually lowered that to $25 where it was a $50 fee. if your trash can is left out. But then we've raised some of them because we saw repeat offenders are actually using this to where they'll do many more offenses at a time. And so if you look at kind of, we raised some of these from 50 to 75 and then increased it from there. And so, yeah, the one we did decrease was the residential property solid waste fee.
Is that a fee or a fine?
It's a fine. It's a fine if your trash can is left out. It was $50 forever. But the city manager and I talked, and we really think that that should be closer to the not shoveling your sidewalk than it is to violating the city's zoning ordinance. We'll forget, new people move in, and so that's kind of why that was lowered. But if you're also a repeat offender, right, if you habitually leave your trash cans out and they're blowing everywhere into the road, we did leave the third offense and greater at a little bit higher of a level. So continuing to go down, the big changes, 'cause most of those were much smaller. The big changes that you will see are in the special events fees. We chatted about that at the last meeting. And those fees, I think I accurately described exactly how how we're proposing to change them. And so, does anyone have any questions? Yes.
I have several. I'll start and go in order of how the documents read. So first one is under parks, and it is the Riverside Park key, and it says refundable deposit. Question and one about that is, what does the key access? And two, what, like how often do we give it out? Or
Take a quick look at this just as a.
Do you know what page it's on?
it's on page 219.
So there are two types of keys associated with the Riverside Park.
Yeah.
There's a gate key and then there's a water key.
Okay.
And so either of them can be needed depending upon the needs of the event. So it's basically just a deposit so that we get the physical item back. It is a literal
Key.
chunk of metal. Yes.
So and then I guess with this, so we permit them, so they can open and close the gate for their event based upon how they want because they have the key, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there an opportunity for us not to do this and have staff control that and not have to give out access to the park gate to whomever based on this fee?
So the driving factor behind that is generally the DPS overtime rates. So the person that would be there opening and closing the gate would be a DPS supervisor on overtime. So that would be around $75 an hour with a minimum 4-hour call out time. So that is a cost that gets absorbed by the city if it's not absorbed by the event. So we've been talking internally about some strategies to potentially offset or alleviate that cost, but we don't have anything quite firm enough to really come forward with any strategic changes.
And maybe my leading question should have been this: have we had issues with this key and it not getting returned or people misusing it?
Not misusing it, but losing it occasionally.
I just in the back of my mind have concerns about people having it and then truly losing it or losing it, and then they have this pretty useful key to control access to the park.
It's not the key to the city.
It's not, but
gave those-
I just don't want people to misuse it. And if it's not an issue, then maybe it's not an issue, but it just was a interesting one that I noticed in there.
Park key is the literal key to the lock, and then the water utility fee, that is a different literal.
Okay. And both of those are deposits and they get them back.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, moving along to special events. I don't know. Well, so I'm glad to see the adjustments, if you will, in those. This is on page 221. See some adjustments. I think these are, right, as we know, things that are hard to get perfect. And we want to make sure, right, that we're at least covering our costs, would be the ideal situation. So I see you've made some adjustments and proposals within those. The noise permit, I did see a large reduction in compared to some of the other fees.
So the noise permit, and this was just an idea, but the rationale why we lowered it down to, I think, 150,
Mhm.
was it was at $40 forever,
Oh.
and then we raised it to 100 2 years ago, and then we raised it to 500 last year. And so that's why I tried to make it more than 100, less than 500.
Mhm.
That's one that, like, council can change that, that's an easy one, but
Mhm.
we were thinking 250 for a while, but really we have gotten a lot of complaints, and basically people are just going into the park and playing music at this point because the fees are too high. And then so we miss out on all the revenue, and they're still making.
Yeah, it still happens regardless, right?
But that's one where that there's no actual scientific basis for that. That was just it's in the middle.
Okay.
Kind of.
It's the administrative time.
Yeah. The one thing that it did not get highlighted in here, and it was highlighted, and I just think there was a transfer thing, is we have eliminated the ability to rent parking lots.
I saw that. That's good.
And it came out as zeros, whereas it was supposed to just be nothing, and I don't know why that is.
Mhm.
But the intent of this was to eliminate the ability to rent parking lots citywide. So basically, you can, the city will still be able to collect revenue if we get to that point at any of our lots, but you can't shut a lot down for an event. You can shut down streets, you can shut down parks, but parking lots are something where it just gets really weird, especially in Depot Town, and then in downtown, where people can reserve a lot and then Depot Town's the main person, but basically the city would shut down the lot, or the city would allow an event to shut down the lot, and then a private group would come in and charge for parking. So the city's paying, getting, $500,
Mhm.
where we're missing out on all of the revenue. And really, weekends are not always the biggest time to do that, but then it just kind of creates this weird, who's actually charging, and should the city get that revenue?
So they can clarification, a lot can be shut down if that's the event footprint where the actual like festival activity is, like Juneteenth, for example. It can be shut down for that. It just cannot be shut down for surface parking use.
The intent of this, even though it didn't come out that way in the spreadsheet, was you can't rent it for even an event. There's always been a lot of complaints to do that, and I think next year Juneteenth is actually moving to a different either lot or park.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And then that's all the event questions that I had. And then my other ones were in regard to the freight house.
Yes.
Page.
Page 223. Question one, are these numbers hourly rates, or is this a flat fee for the whole, like where it says entire building weekdays? You're paying that amount hourly, or you're paying that, it is hourly? Okay, that was a
And so council
big question.
Council voted on these fees last year, but it never got put into the fee schedule. That's why I put it into the fee schedule with last year's rates versus this year's rates.
Okay, hourly is good. I was nervous we were giving away the whole building for like $300 for the whole day, which is quite the bargain for the size of what it is. And then in regards to the weddings, we went from like 2 columns there, to the weddings weekends. The bottom one has 4 different categories there. Is that supposed to be that way? Or should that only be 2 where we're having like basically a resident and non-resident fee, right?
Should be a resident, non-resident fee, and that, yes. So that should be.
And I'm assuming it should be more than the weekdays, because weekends should be
I'll bring back a revision.
premier rental time, obviously.
I can pull up what that meant to be.
Because I saw the increase for the weekdays. I saw they went from that to the 150 to 300, but then the weekends was a little, you know what I'm talking about there, a little different. Okay, those were the questions that I had on the fee schedule. Thank you.
More, I'm sure. Councilmember McLean, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one. I think it's on page 12 of the spreadsheet. It's about films. What is that? What is that charge? Is that for showing films? Is it for making films? And there's a differentiation between public and private property.
This was a permit that was done in the 2008 to probably 13 when we were actually shooting movies in Michigan. And so we had some movies that were actually shot in Michigan. And so that's the cost that we charged at that time. And we haven't taken it out of the fee schedule because there's always talk of that coming back. And so we want to be prepared if that happens.
And that was the heavy tax credit period.
Yes.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Other questions from council or city manager?
If I could add one thing that would community service director didn't mention, under AHB, historically, we've charged AHB costs for both formal and informal $250. After discussion, we think it's best to lower the informal cost down to $125. It goes a lot quicker in hearings, so we see it as a more equitable rate to charge for that. So rather than getting a judgment for something like a snow ticket, it doesn't jump up to $375 after a judgment.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just found it. To that point, I have a constituent who was cited for their recycling bin being out of compliance for a total of $400. That seems like a lot. So, I don't know what the initial fine was, if that was what, $50?
It was $50, and
then all of the costs of the Administrative Hearings Bureau and a default judgment and all that kind of stuff adds up to $400 for that kind of offense.
And this would decrease that by $125.
Okay, thank you. I had some questions farther up. I had a hard time reading the beginning of this, and I see all the stuff that's changed in yellow, and in the first page, 1 of 20, there's building blight that is now $75, and I'm just curious about what that entails.
building blight is a definition in our ordinance where it's essentially any fine that code enforcement would give that's not defined by something else. And so that building blight but building blight is basically when there's blight on your building.
And so, say there's a building with the facade falling down and nobody does anything about it, that would fit into this?
So there's a couple fees that would that's one of the fees. Okay, there's also the dangerous building process, depending if there's
Something hanging off, I guess.
Yeah, so then that is a whole different process, which it's hard for us to really utilize that process without a dangerous buildings officer, which is why I'm so happy that effectively tonight we have one, and now we have to go through the training of that, but that we have to figure that out. But essentially, there are multiple ways that we can actually cite somebody with a building that has a facade falling down. This is one of them.
And then the property maintenance blight,
That's
non-building associated. If you have to go out and cut the grass,
no, so that's actually a grass and weeds.
that's the grass and weeds.
So like I said, blight is a definition in our ordinance that kind of is all encompassing, and basically, the AHB is essentially the blight court, even though it's the Administrative Hearings Bureau, and so that's kind of those are just the catch-all fees, and they should be the same. They're not.
So my concern is these things getting layered.
So
for these things that are catch-alls, there would be specific language in a violation that would say how it
This
fits
code-
this and not the others.
yes, yeah, so you don't get a building blight and a trash can, a residential trash violation at the same time. unless you have your facade falling down and your trash cans out.
Further down that, the last thing on this page is, it just says residential, $50. And I'm like, everybody has to pay $50 for being a resident, or I'm just not sure how that fits with the headings and things like
Wait,
that. On page 1 of the 20 of the spreadsheet, the last entry just says residential.
that is. Let me pull that. Let me put the actual spreadsheet. I think that actually might help because this is.
I wasn't sure if that was part of 1831B.
Grab that.
Or structures, or what that information coming after that was, because the next page has an ordinance section 18153. So I'm like, what does that mean?
Yeah, it's residential under code 1831B.
Oh, is there supposed to be something that is non-residential under that as well, or? Because that's the only thing there, and I was like, okay, because there's the fees of $52 and $55 for the appeals board, right?
Yeah. that's-
So then that $50, I don't know how that relates to any of those, and if there were supposed to be other subheadings, are those just missing, or?
What? A few things that aren't. Oh, there's a couple. There's like 2 or 3 things that aren't really correct in here. And do you have any other questions besides the residential?
Late payment fees, under 18153, those are 20% of the original fee on top of that. So if somebody has a $500 fee.
Yep.
That's $100. And so how often are those late, fee assessments?
They can be assessed after 30 days. Of nothing.
Basically, pay this, 30 days later, it goes up. If it's $500, it goes up $100. End of
It's
the
not
next
every,
month, there's a-
it's not every 30 days. It's usually a 30-day, so some of these far predate me, and Mr. Barr might actually have a better understanding of
Okay.
why some of these were done like that, but he might not, because obviously these were probably done.
Again, my concern is escalation, right?
Yeah.
It was like some of these things, and we've seen when we do the rolling fees into the tax levies. Some of these just get really high, and it's just like, how many fees are getting rolled into.
So a lot of the fees that you find are really high are water fees
Mhm.
and dangerous buildings fees. And the dangerous building fees are very high because every month you don't pay your dangerous buildings fee. That's a $450 charge, $150 for the inspection, and $300 for the escrow. And so if you have a dangerous building and you don't pay it for 12 months, that's $6,000. That's not including any of the violations you have or court fines. And so typically the late fees are assessed once. I can double check to see what, if they're charged other times. That's relatively easy to do. My BSNA has been down for the last 2 days, so it's not, it's really frustrating. But that's a whole nother story. And so.
Okay. Following, 2 sections down under 18190, there's all other vacant buildings, including dangerous buildings. And that seems like a catch-all, and I'm like, but I don't know what would fit into that, all other vacant buildings. So there's an inspection fee for vacant buildings. There's the escrow, there's the vacant building, not regularly occupied, there's new building structure, and then vacant versus not regularly occupied.
So I believe that is in the ordinance. So the actual fees for escrow are set forth in section 18-190.
Mhm.
And so my guess is that is in there because there is that fee is in
Another
there.
category.
Yeah.
Right.
And so if it doesn't meet a vacant building or a dangerous building, but it is dangerous, so that would be the definition.
All right, can I interject? We need a motion to extend.
Motion to extend to 11:30 PM.
Support.
Supported, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
C. Yeah.
Oh, I'm still going. Sorry. Sidewalk and signs. There's been a lot of, I was approached by somebody downtown that, plus the issue in the neighborhood, so I'm just saying that here. See sign permit fee, and so I will take that up later with him, but, I want to call out, which has already been called out, that on page 210 or 3 of 20, that there's the meeting fees, and I appreciate where that comes from. The PUD that we just passed has been a burden, and I'm glad to see that there's some mechanism here to recover those costs, because I know that has taken you guys a lot of time to deal with this situation. And so this is $150 per
Meeting.
hour or per meeting? And
Meeting, and
there-
meetings are an hour.
Okay, so it's not like they'd come and sit in your office for 3 hours. Okay.
I mean, we're not gonna kick them out after an hour, but generally meetings like that are an hour.
My other question is about the alley and street closures. We got some blowback on this recently for the depot tenant thing. And in terms of the $750 fee, that was for barricades put in and removal, and I'm assuming that this has.
Which section of this one, Steve?
This is 94-271. It's on page.
That is not related at all to special events. So that is related to a physical permanent closure of an alley, which can be requested.
Okay.
So there's, I think, 3 distinct types of street closures that are in this fee schedule. One is this one for the vacation or closure per 94. Another one is a event street closure, and then a third type would be a street closure for the purposes of construction, which sometimes is a lane, sometimes is 2 lanes. But they're all slightly different beasts, and they're all called street closures.
So the 94-271 street closure is a construction. The 94-291 vacation is exactly what it says. All right, thank you.
People take vacations on the streets.
It's not really a staycation because you're on the street, right? That's all I have. I'm sure I'll have more questions. I want to thank City Manager Halinga for forwarding the previous year's fee schedules. Unfortunately, I didn't have a time to go through those, so I will, and I will probably have more questions, which I will address by email. So thank you.
2 things, if I can request, if you do choose to pass this tonight. Number 1, for the Freight House to amend the weekend weddings to $400 and $500 an hour. And then delete that residential hang on that Steve pointed out at the very top. Because I can't even find a citation, like a code section for that. So my guess is that was just left in there as it doesn't make any sense. It's not really part of any code that I can actually think of. And there are many other ways to actually assess that. And so it's the residential fee between the appeals to building board of appeals per structure and the single family initial inspection.
Thank you.
You said 400 and 500?
That is actually still under the market rate for special event venues in our area.
Oh, I agree. I just wanted to confirm the numbers that you said.
Yes, 400 for residents, 500 for not residents.
And that's per hour?
Yep.
Further questions?
I'm not getting married.
Further questions from council on
Sorry,
the
Mary.
fee schedule?
Just the question that this is open to amendment anytime during the.
It is. Oh.
I also want to say thank you. I don't think I've ever had this thorough of a review of the fee schedule, and it's making me look at things to make sure that it's actually clear. And a lot of these just get kind of carried over every year without actually thinking about it. And so, thank you for pointing that out.
Mr. Barr?
The history of this fee schedule was that at one time that we didn't have this process, and you'd have to go through the code for each particular fee in each section of the code. And so some years ago, the council decided to bring all of them up at one time so they could look at that and see what the situation was. So yes, you can amend them individually anytime.
Thank you. Are there any discussion or questions from council? Right, seeing none, please call the roll. Yes, go ahead.
We need to make the amendment.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Well, I can't make.
Sorry, I just want to
Still have a lot of coffee.
So to approve the fees schedule with amendments of the Great House rental rates on the weekends for weddings to $400 and $500 per hour, and then I forgot your other,
Removal of the residential section that doesn't have a cul-de-sac to it.
and what Joe said.
And I will, and council will get a much clearer, more understandable copy of this put into a nice chart. Not by the end of the week, but by next week.
You merged the old ones with the new ones? How
How far do you want me to go back?
just to the two previous fiscal years?
Okay. That's not gonna be in the cleaner one, but I'll make sure that it's in there. I'll get
Yeah,
you,
'cause
I'll get you.
I
a
was like,
spreadsheet.
I can look at these side by side and then it's a hunt and peck, but if.
No, a couple years ago, we actually did a really nice clean, sorry, we did a really nice clean fee schedule that looked really, really sharp.
Mhm.
And I want to continue that.
Cool. Thank you.
Support.
Moved and supported by Councilmember Tucson and Councilmember King, so whichever you get. All right, discussion on the amendment. All right, please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Are there more amendments?
Oh, the amendment. carries.
Yes, amendment. Are there more? All right, none, please call the roll on the amended fee schedule.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Joe.
Thank you. Police Advisory Commission.
I was unable to attend the June 20th meeting and the joint meeting that happened last week, but there is a YPAC meeting on the 25th of this month here in council chambers at 7 p.m. And I just got word, well, not just got word, but there's a joint meeting on the 10th between HRC and YPAC. Yeah.
Thank you. HRC.
Yep, that's the update. Joint meeting on July the 10th at 7 p.m. here.
What's being discussed in the in this next joint meeting?
So we were trying to do a community forum, but due to time and funding, we changed it to just a joint meeting so we can iron out more details.
Thank you. Parks and Arts,
No update. Meeting upcoming for July.
Sustainability, that's Desiree. HDC,
Next meeting a week from tonight, 7 o'clock.
thank you. Planning,
Planning Commission met last week and about the only thing on the agenda of note was the EMB. So we had asked them for clarification on some things. I wasn't able to be in the meeting in person, but I was online. So it was a good discussion about that in terms of Josh had presented some information about other ordinances around this area, comparable size from Chelsea and Saline and other places about this size, and then some places outside of the state as well. You know, the hang up for us was you know, the church was looking to have a bigger sign than what was allowed, and we got caught up in our meeting in language about how to achieve that for them, and there's a 50% of the sign, and so they looked at that, and we talked about that and why it came back to them, and why there was a question about having a 35 square foot sign versus an 18 square foot sign. And so they're working on that. They took input from the pastor, and we have a new planning commission member, Michelle Marin, who is a planner with Carlisle Wortman. Great addition to the commission. Brought up some really good points that were taken up by other commission members. So they will be working on this. They didn't get to a point that they had something that they would bring to us, but they will be taking it up at the next meeting. So.
All right, thank you. ZBA. Who is that? Is that? Pat?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, it's you? Okay.
There was a meeting scheduled and then it got canceled, and so there hasn't been one.
All right.
SEMCOG is me too.
Yep.
Thursday I went to the General Assembly. It was the first time I'd gone there. It was great. The General Assembly has multiple moving parts to it. There's a block voting in which different officers there's the officers, there's the chair of the blocks that are appointed or voted on. There's a 4-person panel that reviews grants that come in, and so that participated in that election. And I can provide links to what the results of that were. There's also 2 people that sit on a transportation review board, which I'd like to be in that position eventually, but didn't feel that I was up to speed on that for this round. The chair of SEMCOG was moved forward, and the way they do that is that they have a vice chair that's voted upon, and when the chair vacates that at the end of the year, they automatically move up, and that was Mandy Gurwal, who is the supervisor from Pittsfield Township. Unfortunately, she will have a reduced, I was going to say reduced sentence, reduced term, because she is retiring from her supervisor position in the fall. So she will have a few months to do this, and then we'll have to appoint somebody else to it. The only other thing of note for this was there were a number of presentations on the regional transit plan from SEMCOG, which I think is great. I can send links to that as well. There was a presentation there from Peak, which is an organization that mission is to help people of all abilities have access to cycling, and the entire video that they had was filmed here in Ypsi. And so Peak is used to be down on River Street next to the SOS building. John Waterman is the head of that, and he's raised lots of money to do this, and has a huge stable of bikes, things like that. But that whole thing was shot using our infrastructure, the new infrastructure going down to Huron. It was great. And somebody sitting at the table I was at was like, "That looks like Ypsilanti." I was like, "Yeah, damn, betcha." So it was nice to see that out in front of people in that meeting. So kudos to that. I can provide the transit plan, which is great. And I think that's it. Oh, the other thing was there's 2 guys that at University of Michigan that got an award for doing the projections. These are two researchers at the University of Michigan. One guy's been doing it for 40 years. I had a nice conversation with them afterwards. And so I look forward to tapping into them more as well. So.
Thank you. Watts, this says right? Urban County, the meeting would be tomorrow or Thursday, but I think it's been canceled because of the holiday. The DDA had a special meeting last week to review one of the documents that we voted on tonight, and continue reviewing the IGA. Rutherford Pool.
The meetings for July and August have been canceled, and there will be one rescheduled sometime, just because of the chair is out of town for those. some of the issues that I brought up last time with the registration for the swim classes that were administered through the Metro Parks. It's taken a bit to get through those things, and it takes a lot of staff time to follow up on those to make sure that all of that gets straightened out. And so they're still assessing the utility of that electronic system. So, but pool's open, lots of people are there. It's awesome.
Thank you. Proposed business. I'm looking at you, Councilmember Tucson.
Yeah, over the last couple of weeks, I had the opportunity to spend time, Juneteenth actually, in Birmingham, Alabama with my family and namely my uncle who played in the Negro Leagues in 1956 for the Birmingham Black Barons. So it was absolutely beautiful to be able to witness history in the people who were honored and played in the Negro Leagues at that time. Upon coming back to the great city of Ypsilanti, I spent the weekend at the Juneteenth celebration right here in South Huron parking lot, and I also spent time with the 734 Motor Club where we had a a car show, which a lot of people from around the city and the township came out to see cars and bring their cars through. Um, yeah, that's all I got. I guess the last thing I'll say to everybody here in attendance and online, just love on people. Show everybody that you love the love that you have for them. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
I just have two DPS items. One is I got a resident who's reached out to me in the past and also again recently about the pedestrian crossing sign at Grove and Cross. There's typically been one there, and there was one like laying on the ground for a while, and so if we have one, if it could be reinstalled. And then the street signs at the intersection of Oak and Prospect are gone. I don't know if that is like intentional for replacement, but there's no signage at all. The pole is there, but the signs are MIA. Yeah. Okay. I noticed it is just, yeah, it's completely gone. Prospect and Oak, excuse me. Yes. That's it for me. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think a lot of these things I can take up with staff outside of here. Two things that I do want to move forward with is in the past we've had parliamentary training for council members and for commission members. And I think it would be good to have MML come out and do that again. And I'd like to make this mandatory for commissioners. There have been some meetings that I've attended. There's a lot of latitude given to the chair in these commissions. And I've seen lots of different styles for chairing these meetings, and some are very strict and some are very lax. But there also seems to be a lot of ignorance about Robert's rules and why we do that. And I'd also like to put forward that the commissions use Robert rules, because there are some commissions that are proposing that they do away with that and they have other systems in place. And I think as a council, we've agreed that that's the case. And I somehow understood that when we made that determination that went for the commissions underneath us as well. Or I should say not underneath us, but that parallel us and feed us information for those things. So I'd like to bring that forward and figure out what that looks like to get MML to come in and do that, and changes to the various ordinances to make sure that that is a requirement for people. So that would require basically at least a yearly. So when we make new appointments, we can have all that funnel into a specific time. So that's one thing. The other thing is I ran into, or he ran into me, Senator Jeff Irwin on Sunday, and had a discussion about the recent earmark of $3 million for infrastructure for the city. And my understanding is that was earmarked in the state budget for 3 different projects. One is for Frog Island, one is for the DPS yard, and the other is for the Cross Street Bridge. Having conversations with him about it, and we were kind of in agreement on how we prioritize those things, but I'd like to bring that forward as a discussion at the next meeting. I've asked City Manager Holenga for the most recent numbers that we had for those projects for the DPS. Bonnie had provided some numbers for that. The total budget for the different options for Cross Street. And I know you provided those. I just want to kind of refresh council's eyes on those things. And then as far as the Frog Island parking lot goes, I got a little bit of history lesson from Jeff, who was involved in some state funding in the past that was proposed for the state providing funding for Frog Island parking lot. And that was through certain individuals' efforts within the city was taken off the table when the parking ramp feasibility study came about. So with that, then I'd like to seek out a partnership with the DDA to do that. So while there's $3 million and Frog Island is one of them, I would like to have renew those conversations with the DDA about partnering with that. If we could have those numbers by the next meeting and at least have a discussion about how that works.
City Manager?
In terms of the DPS yard, it's too early to actually give proper estimates. We have the roof updates from the past, but it would make more sense to wait until phase 2 is done, as well as the programming analysis by OHM to actually get real information that we could use for the yard. So I don't know if you want to, might make sense to delay this a little bit until we can get some more information regarding that at least.
Yeah, that would be fine. And conversation with Senator Irwin was that it would take some time for that to move through the process at the state level to come back with that. I guess one other thing would just be a quick report out on the Penn Dam. So where we are at this point is that we put out an RFP, and Katie Jones has been working her tail off with Dan Brown from the Watershed Council to get these out. There was so we received funding from Eagle in the amount of $3.8 million for the first year. That was not the full amount that we had asked for. In the second year, we were given $1.6 million towards removing the deconstruction of the dam. There was some confusion about what the total price tag of that was and what the ask was from the state. And there was some miscommunication through different channels about that. And so I just wanted to clear that up, that we got 2 rounds of funding. And those were the amounts. The price of this project has gone up because of COVID and supply chain and all of that, and the cost of labor and all of that. And this has been going on since I've been on council. So for 5 years, these things, inflation has been taking place with these things. So it speaks to the urgency of getting this done sooner rather than later, because the costs are just going to keep going up. So I just want to clear up any confusion about that. And there was a grant that was submitted, a NIFWIF grant that would go a long way. I think the ask was 7.5 for the restoration costs, and that's where the confusion came at the state level, was that in the documents for the second round of funding for Eagle, the total price tag of this was disclosed, including all the restoration. That, so they looked at that and got sticker shocked, and then it was like, oh no, we're still talking about this over here. So that's it.
Councilmember King?
So on July the 13th, 2024, in Ainsworth Circle, they're having a meet and greet in the top lot, and they are requesting that lot is cut by July the 13th. Is that something that we can do?
Yes.
Okay, great. Also, I met with Growing Hope and they discussed different ways we can partner more with them as a city in the farmers market. So I would love to talk to you more about that, Andrew. And lastly, I would just like to say kudos to Trisha Duckworth and the Juneteenth Committee for hosting another great event this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, I echo that. Juneteenth was wonderful. I echo what Councilmember Tucson said about the tribute to the Negro Leagues in Birmingham. Wonderful. I have just one question about this cone in the middle of First Avenue at like yeah. I bet. I was gonna say it's been bad for a long time, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember McLean. My bad. Hello.
Thank you. You forgot about me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. A couple quick items. One, just mentioned I attended a Ann Arbor Ypsilanti Chamber of Commerce meeting up at Ford dealership, Butman Ford, on June 26th, and Council Member King was there with me as well. But good turnout and lots of interest in our work. Secondly, I mentioned we had a small conversation at the last meeting about fireworks, and it's my intention to have something for the agenda by the next meeting to limit the number of days, or at least reduce the number of days when fireworks are permitted. I'm going to be looking for public input until that time. Certainly interested in what all of you think and what all of you are hearing from your folks too. People will be thinking about it, I'm sure, around this time of year. Have to wish a belated happy Canada Day to our neighbors who may have been celebrating. And I know I've got a number of folks that have citizenship from both countries in my neighborhood. And finally, I'll say the best thing about being on the West Coast is that our council meetings end around 8:30 for me. That's it.
Wonderful. Thank you. City Manager.
For time, I have nothing.
Okay. This is our second opportunity for public comment. So if there's anyone in the audience who would like to address council, please come forward. Mr. Pierce.
Thank you. And for time, I will also try to move very quickly. In listening to the presentations from the Derek Scott this evening, I almost reminded of the debate last week where we wish that we'd had fact checking as the conversation is going on. He alluded to the trash truck damaging his driveway. The trash truck that he uses is actually bigger and is more often on his property than the truck that he's blocking. He argued that his attorney argued that his client has a right to a day in court. That is also true for the Mowers. They kept asking for, in the court hearing yesterday, they kept asking for extensions to removing the barriers. And the judge, and this again was not communicated to you tonight, she talked about other things, but missed the comment from the judge that said, just paint a line, which weirdly, that was a suggestion from a couple of weeks ago. She was having none of this, that this needed to continue going. That was not communicated tonight. And moreover, the work is not going on 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. So they're arguing that they need to block off this portion of the parking lot because of contracting work that's going on there. There's been very limited work that's going on. They could have just blocked it at the time that the contractor is working and then move the barriers. And it's not that hard to move the barriers. They're only filled with water. It could have moved the barriers in the evening time to allow access or early morning access or weekend access for the garbage trucks. And speaking of the garbage trucks, it's disingenuous for them to say that they paid for money to do a study for the traffic flow. Yes, there is the radius to make the turn. The driveway is still too narrow. There's a big giant, a tree next to the building. The trucks would have to go within inches of the building, and there's no turnaround. And so the truck would have to back out the same way that they went in. the trucks are not going to do that. So it's too bad we have to wait till this time to fact check these things. But what you heard tonight was not all true. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bowman, do you want to give comment? No? Thank you. All right. Are there any folks online who would like to give comment?
No.
All right. Thank you. Seeing none, the meeting is adjourned. Mr. Barr, is this, or Andrew, I don't know. We already approved this. I just need to sign it. Okay.